All right. So, welcome everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Last Sabbath of the year, last Saturday Sabbath we're going to have for 6 years. Pretty amazing. But Shabbat Shalom and welcome everybody. And so today I wanted to go over the 364-day count because I understand it can be confusing and there still are some that are confused about it. So I put together a couple videos and I wanted to basically show on the calendar and everything else, how we have this overlap and basically explain the 364-day count. Yeah. So before we begin, excuse me, let me say a quick prayer. And actually, thanks for reminding me. If anybody still needs an email for the calendar PDF, let me know. Just send me your email there. I'll get that emailed out to you there as soon as I can, brother. So many are asking for it. It's been a busy week. I got kind of backed up, but sending it out. I know, thanks for all the help as well, Sister Jermaine, sending it out to those who asked. Praise Yah. All right, so let me say a quick prayer and then we'll begin. Father Abba Yahuwah, we thank you for all of your blessings and allowing us to gather and come together to fellowship on your Shabbat. We ask for your prayers and your guidance in leading our discussions, showing us what we can see, and helping to open our eyes to your word and helping us to understand better. Also to help us to renew our hearts and our spirits so we can better follow you and your ways. And I wanted to pray for all of those who are struggling through trials and tribulations and sicknesses. We all need your help, Father, and the strength to overcome the sicknesses and the trials that we're all going to face. And we need the strength to be able to endure to the end. And I pray to you in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Amen. All right, so let me begin by showing, we're going to walk through the calendar really quick as usual. All right, so making sure it's screen sharing properly. Everybody can see. So, starting here in Genesis, this is how we're going to determine our head of the year. Basically, the beginning of the yearly cycle. So in the beginning, Elohim created the Shamayim and the earth. So Genesis 1 through 5 is what we're going to be reading here. And then the earth came to be formless and empty, and darkness was on the face of the deep. So let me scroll down actually and show you what's going on here. So here in Genesis 1 through 2, we're going to have this darkness. So what we just read right here, and the earth came to be formless and empty, darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Ruach of Elohim was moving on the face of the waters. So what we're reading here in Genesis 1, verses 1 through 2, is all about this, void of time that happened before time began. So we see the marker for time beginning was when YAHUAH, here in verses 3 through 5, he says, let light come to be. And then the light came to be. So this is signaling the start of when we start our counting for day one. And then we see that he separated the light from the darkness. So this is where he's going to separate the days from the evenings, or the nights as well. And he separates the days and the nights to keep a holy day, like a Sabbath day, for example, from touching a non-holy day, like just an ordinary day of the week. So we have that separation. The Sabbath day is going to be set apart, like it should be. The festival days, they're going to be set apart as they should be from any other day. So he called the light day, and Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Then there came to be the evening, and there came to be morning, day one. So what we see, he let the light come to be, so boom, this is signaling the start of day one. And we see it wasn't, a blending of light that he said come to be. No, it's a full light. So this is where we're starting our day count. Then we have evening, then we have the night, and then we have the morning. So all of this together is going to be a 24-hour day and night cycle. So day one. So we'll have day one, night one. Let me scroll down a bit more, and I will show you the entire week. So we'll go over that here in a second. So this is going to be the entire week here. So we're going to have that darkness, that void of darkness. This is how we're going to begin our weekly cycle. This is going to be the weekly, yearly cycle that happens at the head of each year. So we're going to have day one, night one, and day two, night two, day three, and so forth and so on, all the way until we get to day 7. Does anybody have any questions so far about this? And Shabbat Shalom, Katrina, welcome. And Ellie, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, good to hear your voice again.
Good to hear yours as well. Thank you, sister. All right, so let me continue here. So, all right, so what's going to prove out what we are speaking about? So Enoch chapter 72, 4 through 6, it's going to talk about how the sun is coming from the west, coming in this heavenly portal to make it to the east, which is going to be the 4th gate. This is what's going to be the center. It's what's going to start. This is where we're going to get our straight line shadow, and so forth and so on. So verse 5 actually is where we're going to start. But the sun goes down from the Shamayim and returns to the north in order to reach the east. And it's so guided that he comes into that portal and shines in the face of heaven. So here we see he's coming into this portal after, the end of the year is happening, basically. So the end of winter is going to happen. This is when the sun is coming from the west to the east. He's going to come in this portal, and he's going to shine in the face of heaven. And in the same way, he's going to rise in the first month in the great portal, which is the 4th. So what we're seeing here in this verse is Enoch is speaking about two portals. One is this one in heaven, and the second one is the fourth portal. So we're going to see the sun's entering into the portal of heaven, shines in heaven. Then in the same way, he's going to rise in the great fourth portal. So two portals, one in heaven, which is marking the yearly divider day, which is also what Sister Adrienne was speaking about a while ago in one of our discussions. You know, she had a dream about the same thing, and Sister Charlie had a similar dream about the same thing, which is pretty remarkable. But what we're seeing is the sun is shining in this portal in heaven. And then it's in the same matter, it's coming into the fourth portal. So we have these two witnesses in heaven. So one's going to be marking the creation week and our yearly weekly count. The fourth portal is going to be marking our fourth day of the week, also the yearly monthly count, which we're going to go over a bit more in detail here, speaking about the 364-day count, because I know that there are some that are confused about it still, and I wanted to clear some of that up. And then here is Enoch 72:32 is speaking about the equal day, equal night that is going to happen. It's going to mark the year's 364 day. This is marking the 0 day, the divider day that we're going to get each year. This is so the equal lux. This is going to change depending on your geographical location. So there is a specific geographical location which is Israel, because Israel is still his chosen land, even though it's defiled right now. It's been his chosen land since the beginning. So the fact that usurpers and imposters are over there at the moment, this doesn't change the fact it's still a chosen location that Yahuwah himself has chosen. Not only that, this fits the exact date the equal day and equal night occurs to fit what we see in Enoch 72. The equal day, equal night. So, and then we're going to see Enoch 74:11, the excess of the sun and the stars. It's 6 days and 5 years. So when we do the math, 6 divided by 5, this is where we get the 1.2. This is going to line up with what, even modern science says. We have 365.25 days in a basically full cycle of the sun and the stars as well, because the sun and the stars both line up to this. And Shabbat Shalom, Marissa, glad you can make it.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
Last Sabbath of the year.
I know. I feel like I've just been celebrating all day.
Praise Yah.
Yeah, hallelujah.
It's going to be separating the wheat and the tares. For sure.
Yeah, that's it. I'm super excited for it. Honestly, I feel like it's a test of our faith and our desire to walk the narrow path with him. And honestly, we're just we do all have each other here, but we're also scattered, and we're all just stepping out in faith in our own journeys with Yah. So, yeah, I think it's an amazing thing.
Praise Yahuwah. Yeah, amen.
Shalom, Natalie.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
Glad you can make it. Shabbat Shalom. All right. So basically, what Enoch is doing, he's giving us a mathematical equation, which is going to give us the 1.25 excess day of the sun and stars that happens each year, which is going to give us this 0 day, the divider day that happens each year, because we're going to be using the 1 of this 1.25. So this is going to leave this 0.25 extra, which in 4 years is going to add up to another day, which is going to give us a second divider day that happens every 4th year. And we can see that alluded to in Job chapter 3. So where is it? Right here. It's verse, what is this one? I think it's 5 or 6. I should have put the verse markers in there, but it's okay. So let it not be included among the days of the year. Let it not come into the number of months. Let it be silent, and let no singing come into it. And then we're going to see here Genesis 5:23 to 24. It's talking about all the days of Enoch. And all his days he walked with Yahuwah was 365 years, which is pretty amazing because, this divider day or day 0 can be technically day 365, although it's not going to be counted in the numbering of the days or the months or the years. And then some more signs that we're going to see to back this up in Jubilees. So Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9, we're going to see the sun's going to be the appointed sign for the Sabbaths, the months, festivals, years, Sabbaths of the years, Jubilees, and all seasons of the years. So what he's saying here in Jubilees is the sun is going to be our main sign for all of these things. This is our main marker, our main sign from Yahuwah. Like, hey, this is going to be leading these things. All the other things, they're going to be a witness. Which is also backed up by Enoch 74:12, saying the sun and the stars are bringing in the year. And also Wisdom of Solomon chapter 7, I believe it's verse 19 or so. We'll go over that here in a bit though, but also saying it's the sun and the stars bringing in a year, which is only going to verify Jubilees chapter 2, specifically verse 9, telling us the sun's going to be the main marker for all of this. So in the same chapter of Jubilees, so the whole verse, both verses 20 through 21, is going to be teaching or telling us about, he's given us a sign. So right here, there's a sign in accordance with which they should guard the Sabbath with us on the 7th day. So what sign? Well, we had just read in verse 9, that's going to be the sun. So when the sun is giving us that straight marker, that straight line shadow, it's going to be marking day 4, which 3 days later is going to be the Sabbath, that 7th day. So why would the angels be talking about, we have this sign so that they can guard the Sabbath day together with us in the heavens, if it was just a continual 7-day cycle each year, which would also cause the overlap that we will discuss here in a moment. That will get wider and wider until it's, it just basically does not work. We have to have this division. There's a divider for everything that Yahuwah does. A divider for the days, divider for the weeks, divider for the seasons. The same thing, you know, we see a divider for the year. Does anybody have any questions so far?
I think if we had, what is that, Enoch 82, if we had like the other two seasonal days that are missing there, it would probably as clear as day say, and after, you know, the last Shabbat, there's a divider. I could almost guarantee that's the reason why it's out in all of our translations.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that's what we see basically in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well, you know, verifying that. But yeah, Enoch chapter 82, it's definitely missing, you know, 2 entire seasons of the year.
Is it missing in the Ethiopic Geese? I mean, has that been translated into English? Is it missing there as well?
Yeah, it's missing there. It's missing in the Greek. It's just, so they found, we know of at least one full scroll of the Book of Enoch, if not more, which I believe will include all that. So it quote unquote went missing because, of course, we know who found it. They don't want the truth being out there. So, you know, somehow slipped off to the black market, and no one's seen it since.
How convenient.
Yeah, I know, right?
Keep them confused.
Exactly. All right, so continuing. So here in Lamentations chapter 2, specifically verse 6, so we're going to see, you know, he has demolished his booth like a garden. He has destroyed his place of meeting. And YAHUAH has made the appointed times and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion. He despises sovereigns and priests in his raging displeasure. So here we're going to see, you know, his Sabbaths, the Sabbath day was going to be forgotten and lost, which is also more evidence showing. Oh, we got an echo. Did you have a question? Sorry.
Yeah, I did. I have heard that Lamentations was actually not written by Jeremiah and it was written later. I'm wondering if Lamentations was actually prophetic and perhaps they hadn't done it yet, or perhaps it was just rebuking the spirit in which they were doing them at first, and then it applies to the physical down the line.
Yeah, I mean, we know scriptures, when reading it, it definitely will have more than one meaning. So I believe that's a possibility as well, on top of what we see, how it's literally going to be lost and forgotten, and, you know, spiritually, basically, like you were describing as well.
He's so awesome that he's revealing this to us.
Yeah, praise Yah. Truly.
Hidden it for so many generations, and yet he's had his hand over it and over us, and he understands the ignorance of those who have not had it revealed to them yet. And he looks at their heart and he knows, well, if they did come to that, you know, if they had known that, their heart is such that they would go for it, you know. And so therefore on that on that premise, he can still save his children because they were living up to all that they did understand, even though this was not exposed yet.
Well, what about,
Yeah.
those who see it and reject it? Like, I can't.
They're a different ballgame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I first saw it, like, I had to make that decision. I can't tell you how quickly. I mean, it was like, well, I have to change. Like, there was just no, and I know for other people it was different. It took a little bit to digest it and to confirm it. But he has shown those confirmations in those people, they took it to the Father. They said, this is not what I'm used to. And he made the confirmations happen. So, yeah, it's just, when I went on a post today and I just, someone said, there's no way that you could, break up a Sabbath, a weekly cycle. It's like, well, here's some proof. And then immediately, boom, everything was gone. And now there's a new rule up on his post saying you cannot post the truth, pretty much.
Yeah, sad. Really sad.
I really got it whenever I realized that our Savior referred to the book of Enoch as scriptures, and I'm writing on that right now and encouraging, I've got people that I want to encourage to examine this because of our blindness and our background. And I'm real thankful for the way that the Father's leading and also for the work you've been doing with it, Jeremy. I need to give you some feedback, and I have not figured out yet how I actually tried to do the private thing, and I haven't figured out how to do that yet. So I need to give you feedback on a couple things that I've been reading.
Yeah, all praise to the Most High. Thank you. So usually, if you see me like in chat, you can go to one of my messages in that chat, and then you click on my picture, and it should have like a little option to send a message. You can click on
the
that.
picture? Okay. I was clicking on the message and I couldn't get it to do it. So I'll try the picture next time. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So again, so the equinox is going to be marking day 4. We can see this in the Dead Sea Scrolls, 4Q320. We also see the same thing in 4Q324D as well. So we're going to see them marking the Tekufa, which is what they call the equinox and the solstices. This is going to be marking day 4 every single year.
So I have a question then.
Yeah.
If in the 12th month, the 31st, we can work out. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if we don't know. Let's say we get stuck and there's no Gregorian calendar, which is unlikely, but who knows what's going to happen here in the future. In the spring, once we've counted and we have 28 for the last Sabbath day, and we don't have the almanac to look at to find out exactly when it's equal day and night, or we don't have computers in Israel, that tell us what's going on in Israel. Do we skip a day? And then if there's a problem with that, we'll still know the 31st day because the next day will be the 4th day of the week. So if we get a little bit confused there, we'll be able to correct with when the sun comes in the 4th gate the first time. we'll know that's the fourth day of the week, even if that little bit got mixed up. And we're not missing a Sabbath that way. And so, okay, I'm trying to figure out how to how to make it work if we don't have the more conveniences, because I believe that this is, although he does where two or three are gathered together in my name, I'll be in the midst of them, as a thing for judgment and a thing for gathering together and promises and everything. I believe that there's so much more of a blessing when it's opened up to us, when his true Sabbath is. And so I would want to keep that, whenever I can't figure it out. This year, it looks like with all the cloud cover and everything, I'm going to be taking other people's witness, but I'm really thankful for the opportunity to be learning all this. So this is my second Sabbath, and 8 days from now will be my third. I mean, official, like I'm convicted, this is the way I'm going, and I don't have to be able to explain it all. All I have to do is trust that he's led me and share what I have been learning.
There's confirmation after confirmation coming in, sister. Let me tell you, one of my biggest opposers on this particular issue has finally come around and said, I give up, just explain it. I explained it, and he had the same exact questions you did. He was kind of going back and forth about, like, what is this head of weeks, head of years nonsense? And he just couldn't get it. And finally, he got it. So,
I don't think I ever thought of it as nonsense. I just needed to understand how to do it.
Oh, yeah, no. But it's like a obstacle that you have to go over. You know what I mean? You just kind of have to break the Babylon, right? Is kind of how we say it. It's like,
right. That makes sense. And I really love that, being able to have, because it was always, if you're going to do it according to the book of Enoch, why don't you do it the way it says? Why put a pagan calendar in it? That was my whole, but I wasn't yet convicted it was scriptures. Now I know it's scriptures. Hallelujah.
Oh, yeah. Hallelujah. Yeah, that's
Praise
big.
God. Yeah, truly amazing. Praise Yah. Yeah, it's simple when you just, yeah. So simple when you just, follow scriptures for what it says versus trying to, fit it on some kind of man-made construction. It's not going to work.
Well, it's funny how he teaches different ones of us different principles at different times. And so we don't do something because we see a principle violation. And then he has to bring it around again with somebody who understands the principle violation and isn't doing it. Hallelujah. Thank you guys for following him, right?
Praise Yahuwah. All right, so all right, here Enoch 74:12, which is what I was speaking about earlier, is the sun and the stars are bringing in all the years exactly. So we have found it that the sun and the stars do align. Marissa, our tracker, praise Yah, she's found all these signs in the heavens. But not only, I know there are some translations, they completely remove sun and stars and they insert moon. So again, we're going to know that is a false translation when they do that, because literally all the verses in Enoch 74 are speaking about how the moon is off by 10 days a year and how it even goes in its own course. So it's not, and how it actually only comes in 354 days in a year. So why would it be saying, and contradictory to what he had just said, why would it say, well, the moon's going to bring in the 364 days? No, we know that is going to be false, a false translation when they insert moon here because of, let me find it. So it's going to be Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, actually right here. Chapter 7, verse 17 through 19. So, for he has given me certain knowledge, that which exists, namely to know how the world was made, the operation of the elements, the beginning, ending, and middle of the times, the alterations of the turning of the sun, and the change of the seasons, and the circuits of the years, and position of the stars. So there's going to be actually some other translations that are going to talk about how the sun is going to be determining the years, the changing of the seasons, and the circuits of the years with the positions of the stars as well. So Wisdom of Solomon is backing up what we see in Enoch here. Let me get back up to it. So Enoch 74:12, talking about the sun and the stars. What we just read in Wisdom of Solomon is going to back that up. What we read in Jubilees chapter 2, it's all going to be supporting each other. There's three witnesses right here talking about it's the sun and the stars. We're not going to be seeing the moon doing anything to determine the counting of a year. It's just going to be the witness. And these are going to be all the verses that are going to allude to, day 4. This is going to be the important thing that we're going to see, the equinox, day 4 marker, the head of months beginning on day 4 when the sun, moon, and stars was created. This is also how we know the Tekufa they were tracking in the Dead Sea Scrolls is literally speaking about the equinoxes and the solstices, because we wouldn't have the equinox on day 3. Why? Well, the sun, moon, and stars was not created yet on day 3. We have to have that marker, day 4, marking when the sun, moon, and stars were created, also marking day 4, also being on the day of the marker. It doesn't say, I give you a marker or a sign and then go ahead and wait. Same thing with same goes with the weekly count. He didn't say, I will give you this sign or this marker and then wait until a Wednesday. No. Works both ways. He didn't give us a marker and then say, wait a day. He didn't give us the marker and say, wait till a Wednesday. None of those things are accurate. But these are all the verses that are going over, day 4, marking the head of the months. They began to set apart the first day of the first month, day 4. Tomorrow's the head of the months. We've gone over these verses several times. I also have them on the notes. They're also in the article that we are reading from. And always the link's going to be in the description if you're watching on YouTube. And I have the article linked in the Telegram group as well. So basically what we're going to see, the fourth commandment, keeping the Sabbath. The fourth day of creation when the sun, moon, and stars were created. The fourth gate, Gadol Dalet, fourth letter of the Aleph-Bet, Aleph-Bet, which means the door or the passageway. The fourth menorah branch is the longest straight branch. And 3 branches later is the 7th branch, which is Shabbat. So we're going to see exactly this. So the temple itself and the tabernacle as well were made to track this day, marking the head of the months. So only on the equinox is the sun going to be rising. It's going to shine directly between the two pillars into the doorway, into the center where the Holy of Holies is, and it's going to light it up. The esteem of Yahuwah, lighting up the Holy of Holies. This can be found in Ezekiel 43, verses 1 through 5. So we're going to read, I believe it's 5 right here. So the esteem of Yahuwah came into the house by way of the gate facing east. So it's facing east towards the sun. So when that sunrise comes on the straight line shadow day, this is the only day that's going to happen. This is where we see the esteem of Yahuwah coming in and lighting up that Holy of Holies. And we see the esteem of Yahuwah filling the house. And then again, we see even more allusions to the straight line shadow. There's even more than this that we've come across more recently as well. But really all throughout scriptures, you can see about this, straight shadow or no turning of the shadow, no shifting of the shadow, making the shadow straight, things being made straight. This is because of the straight line shadow equinox. And then Psalm 19, verses 1 through 9, this is going to be literally speaking how the luminaries are going to be marking our days, how they're going to bring in the years. I actually like reading this one, so I want to read it all the way through. So Psalm 19, 1 through 9. So the Shamayim, the heavens, are proclaiming the esteem of El, of Yahuwah. And the Rakia, the firmament, is declaring the work of his hand, which is creation. Day to day pours forth speech. Night to night reveals knowledge. So this is an allusion to day and night being separated, keeping the Kodesh set apart from the non-Kodesh. So there is no speech, and there are words, and their voice is not heard. So this is speaking about the luminaries giving us these markers, these signs from the heavens. And then here we see what I was speaking about. Their line has gone throughout all the earth. The equinox, their line, that straight line, and their words to the end of the world. In them, he put up a tent for the sun. So this is that portal that we see in Enoch in heaven, where the sun is going in, shining in the face of heaven. And it's like a bridegroom coming out of his room. This is just further backing up, this is that equilux, the equal day and equal night, when the sun is shining in the face of heaven, and then in that same way, coming out of the room, it's going to mark fourth portal, day 4. So it rejoices like a strong man to run the path. And that path, the 364 days. And it's rising from one end of the Shamayim and its circuit to the other end. So this is speaking about all the solstices and the equinoxes we're going to get. Nothing is hidden from its heat. And then it continues going on how the Torah, the witness, the commands, the reverence, the right rulings of Yahuwah, they are all true and righteous altogether. So the sun, moon, and stars are speaking, but they have no voice, showing us the yearly markers and seasonal dividers. And then here's wisdom of Solomon again, just further solidifying and backing up, it's the sun and the stars bringing in the year, not the moon. So, and then here's, how we begin our years with creation week each year. So we're going to have the divider day, the 8th day, which is also alluded to in scriptures, talking about the 8th day of many things. Or this is also going to be 0 day, day 365, the divider day, the day out of time, whatever you would like to call it. The day not counted. And then this is going to be the reset of the weekly, yearly cycle. Are there any questions so far? All right. So let me go further into detail about this overlap and the 364-day count, where we should be starting it from, and so forth. Let me start first
Jeremy?
by... Oh, go ahead. Sorry, do you have a question?
I do. Sorry. Um, so back to Enoch chapter 74, um, verses 10 and 11. I know we've done the math on the 6 days and 5 years. Do you have anything in any of the documents about the 30 days that it says, the excess of 30 days?
So that's actually speaking about the moon, because I believe in verse 10 is where it says the 30 days of the moon. And then later on in that verse, that's where it's continuing on about that 30 days of the moon. So the beginning of that, he's speaking about the excess of sun and stars. And then there's the hyphens and the commas and so forth, which continues on about the moon.
Okay, maybe someone can math that out for me because it just words it very oddly in both of those verses where it says and elsewhere that in 5 years the moon is 50 days behind, falling behind 10 days each year. So maybe I'll find that in a rabbit trail and let you guys know.
Yeah, actually, we did notice that, and it's something we want to look into, because we believe the text may have been altered there, because in the few verses before it, it says the moon is off by 30 days, but in that other chapter it talks about 50 days. So we do believe something suspicious is going on there. We're trying to look into it deeper to see exactly what, but as we said before, a lot of things are missing in Enoch. Like chapter 82, for example, it only gives 2 of the 4 seasons of the year. And some wordings, it seems a bit off here and there, but I think that's that confusion that they have inserted into it. And I believe this is what the full scroll of Enoch found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I think that's what's going to piece together everything else. But the problem is, we don't know where that scroll is. It's been missing. But so I think that's the only way we can actually verify this, like truly to the Hebrew, because it's written in the Hebrew. But, we can only pray to Yahuwah that, he reveals it at the proper time.
Yeah,
It would be
that makes
really
sense.
nice.
Thank you.
It would be really nice if there was a concordance for the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, and Jubilee.
That as well, yeah. But we do realize there are some things that make you question, like, huh? But then again, that's just the lying pens of the scribes and, things they've hidden from us and don't want us to know. So that's just some of the things we don't have all the answers to completely, but we do have the parameters. So
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
no problem. All right. So let me go ahead and share this video. It's like 2 minutes, really quickly. But basically, it's going to start out our discussion of this overlap in the 364-day count, just to kind of make it clear from the start, basically. So let me go ahead and share it. And I will mute my mic and play it really quickly. All right, shalom everybody. So, this is my method, the easiest method I have figured out to explain the weeks and the months of the year. This brick will represent weeks, 52 equal weeks. This brick is going to represent 12 months every year. So if we see, it's hard to do one-handed, they're the exact same length. If we stagger them, come on, it's hard to do one-handed, apologies. But if we stagger them, they're still the same lengths, although visually they're not going to appear the same lengths. So again, 52 equal weeks of 7 days, 12 months of 30 days. This is what that's going to represent, and this is that overlap that's going to happen to bring in our yearly cycle. So if we continue this, remember, months, weeks. So the new yearly cycle, the new week is going to start, but the month cycle is still going to finish because of this overlap. And then, boom, new monthly cycle, so forth and so on. I hope that explains everything clear enough. I know it's Lego bricks, but we could see, 52 weeks are going to fit into 12 months. The overlap every year, that's going to bring in our yearly cycle. Thank you, and shalom. All right, so as you can see, we have this overlap with the weekly cycle and the monthly cycle that happens each year. Kind of like, a house made of bricks. How the bricks will overlap exactly. And that's how you get strength when you build with bricks. So if you overlap them slightly like that, you're going to have a stronger build versus, stacking them right on top of each other, which I find it really interesting. So basically, we have these two. So the brick that represented the weeks is going to be a 364-day count. The brick representing the months is also going to be a 364-day count. So there's going to be an overlap there. Both of them are going to equal 364 days. But to match the the 52 equal weeks that happen in a year, like Jubilees, I believe chapter 2 is going to tell us. 2 or 6, I don't remember. But Marissa, are you still here? Yeah. So
Yep.
Do you remember what chapter that was? And also, can you help explain it a little bit better as well?
I'm sorry, like I missed the first part of what you were saying.
Oh, no worries. So, Jubilees, in Jubilees, it's talking about how we have the 52 equal weeks in a year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's chapter 6. So let me just find that quick and I'll read it for you guys. Oh, look at you, Natalie. Coming
There you
in
go.
clutch. Thank you. And you should command the children of Yasharal that they should observe the years in this number, 364 days. And the year shall be complete, and the fixed date of their days and their festivals shall not be corrupted, for everything transpires in them according to their testimony, and they, Yasharal, shall not miss a day or corrupt a festival. Hold on. Oh, I'm looking for that one line, though. Hold on. Oh, it was above it. Okay, that was 6:30. So 6:28 says, "And all the days of this commandment are 52 Sabbaths of days, and the whole year is completed." So, if we're counting 52 Sabbaths, so the first Sabbath after the equinox is number 1, and then today is number 52, the Sabbath before the equinox, and so the year is completed after 52 Sabbaths. So tomorrow being the divider day, day 0, and then the year begins again, or at least the weeks begin again.
Awesome. Correct. So to kind of show you what we're talking about here, let me go to...
Wait, what were you just reading? I'm sorry, Marissa. I was trying to look at something else and I couldn't focus.
It was Jubilee 6:28 and to
Okay.
30.
Okay, got it. Got it. I thought you
All
were
right.
reading the testament of the 12 patriarchs, but you should do that too, right? Isn't there a couple calendar proofs in the testaments?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I'm just copy and pasting this in the chat so you guys can see that. But 6:28 is what says the 52 Sabbaths. Yes, and in the Testament of the 12, there's some really awesome excerpts out of there that kind of give us something to glean about the calendar and about the luminaries themselves.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you. So what we're basically explaining here to show visually. So this is the 52nd Sabbath, the last Sabbath of the year. Tomorrow
Okay, stop
is
jumping.
going to be day 0, this divider day, the equal day and equal night, bringing in the 364-day count of the 52 equal weeks. So then this right here is going to be day 364. We have the divider day, day 0, and then day 1 of creation week, which is also going to be day 1 of the 364-day count as well. Can you mute there, Katrina?
Oh, sorry.
No worries. So, okay, where was I? So day 1, 364. Day 2, 364. Day 364 of 364. But we also have a 364-day count of the monthly count as well. Like my video, how I showed an example. So the 12 months of 30 days plus the 4 intercalated days is also 364 days as well. So we're going to see there's actually 2 364-day counts that we see. But to match Enoch and Jubilees, showing, day 364 is right here on the last Sabbath of the year. This is going to be our 364-day count. That's the one we're going to be going off of. Even though our monthly count, also 364 days, doesn't start until day 4, our 364-day count begins day 1, week of creation. So let me actually share with you here a day counter. Where is my internet screen? Here it is.
Natalie, just so you know, don't go anywhere. I have a question for you. I don't want to interrupt the flow here, but I do have a question before you sign off, okay?
Slowly running away.
No.
All right. So
It's just,
here too.
I'm sorry. It's just about, I before I lose my train of thought, I need to get this off my chest because I just opened up Aaron Burke's calendar and he's saying that the equinox already happened. How is that even possible? Do you know?
Do you want me to talk now or later?
Jeremy, do you mind? Because my mind is spinning here.
I mean, this is a really important
Okay.
subject.
I know. All right. Well, Natalie, don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me
Sorry,
just go over
Jeremy.
this really quickly.
Okay. No, don't take your time. Don't rush. I just, my head, it's scatterbrain, and if
Write a
I,
little note
I
real quick to the side.
yeah, and then I lose it.
Oh, well.
You don't know me like Jeremy.
Take one of
I
those post-it notes and write it and stick it right there on your screen.
Sister, I could have
Yeah.
it tattooed on my hand and I'd still forget. Like, you don't even get it. Like, I'm so all over the place. My ADD is crazy. All right,
So
I'm sorry.
no worries. There's plenty of us here to remind us to touch on that really quickly after I'm finished going over this.
Okay.
All right. So really quickly, well, not really quickly. So what we're going to see here. So March 17th, which is going to be marking day 1, week of creation, to March 15th, which is marking that last Sabbath that happens of the year, we get 364 days. I understand there are some who are thinking, we're here. Let me bring up the calendar again really quick and show you. So there's some who are saying or may think, we're stopping the 364-day count here on the last Sabbath, which is correct. That's when the 364-day weekly count ends. That for some reason they think, we start counting the 364 days again over here on day 4. No, this is not true. We are going to start our weekly 364-day count, the one that will line up with Jubilees and Enoch, is also going to be day 1, week of creation. Day 1, week of creation is also day 1 of 364. And then we continue on. Day 2, week of creation, also day 2 of 364. And so forth and so on. So this is the 364-day count that we are going off of to have this align with what both Enoch and Jubilees is saying. You know, the equal day and equal night in Enoch is marking the 364-day count. Also, Jubilees 6 talking about the 52 equal weeks, bringing in the 364-day count. That's what we're going off of. Not to mention when Yahuwah created days 1, 2, and 3, time, as we had gone over already, started the count on day 1. So this is where Yahuwah started his day 1 of 364 count as well. The head of the months is going to be the important one that we have to remember as well, because this is the straight line marker right here, day 4. Always going to mark the head of months. Let me go to the month 1 over here to show you. So as we see, when we scroll down, I have the menorah pattern on the back of the week here, so we can see day 4, this longest straight branch on the menorah. And this is actually a representation of what we see with the sun as well, because when we're tracking the straight line shadow, we see it kind of curving this way until we get to the equinox, which is going to be marking day 4. Then once it passes that, it's actually going to be curving the other way, which is actually really fascinating, honestly, amazing. So the head of months is going to be the important one, because 1, 2, 3 branches later, we're going to be on Sabbath day. This is marking our 7th day Sabbath, as we've read in Jubilees chapter 2, the sign for the Sabbath. The sign is a straight line shadow, which is also marking a Sabbath day, the 4 heads of months that we see Noah ordained as festivals, which also Amos shows was a Sabbath day, because, you know, the people were complaining, oh, when's it going to be over so we can sell our stuff? So this is going to insert a Sabbath day, which is going to give us a Sabbath festival, not the Sabbath day of the week, but a Sabbath festival in between that count. So we're not going 8 days between Sabbaths. That's not that's not what's going on. So we're going to have this head of months, which Babylon has turned into and call New Year's Day now, which is where we get the confusion, because Babylon only has one witness to their New Year, and that's when their month goes from December 31st to January 1st. That's our one witness they have, and it doesn't matter the day of the week. So to keep in line with scriptures, we have to have the day 4 of the week, of creation week, lining up with day 1 of the heads of months. This is going to be the case always. So this is why the creation week count is important as well. The equal lux, the equal day and equal night, this is what's going to be important, and keep our creation week in line. Day 4 of that week, head of the months, 2 witnesses bringing in the yearly cycle, also marking when exactly our Sabbaths will be. I find it amazing because this is showing, Yahuwah has 2 witnesses for bringing in a yearly cycle. The 2 witnesses are the equilux and the equinox. So while all across the earth, yes, of course, we have different equiluxes, equal day and equal night, depending on your geological location. But as long as you're in between that 30 and 35th degree parallels, that's exactly where Israel is located. Your equilux, equal day and equal night, will be on that same day as Israel, March 16th. But March 20th, which is when the equinox happens, the straight line shadow, the longest branch of the menorah, marking day 4, this is when that's going to happen. And that happens the same day all across the earth. That's that sign we see in Jubilees, saying this is that sign of your Sabbath day, marking day 4. So we will always know when the Sabbath will be. Does anybody have any questions so far?
I have many. But question. I thought I had it. I thought I had it in my brain. It comes and it goes. So tomorrow is what? The 16th? Will that
Yes,
be the equilux? 16, 17,
correct,
18, 19, 20 in
correct,
Israel, right?
correct,
Okay. So, and what I'm getting confused on now is day 1 will start the 17th. Am I right there? Yes.
correct,
Of the 364-day year, right?
correct.
But day 4, I don't know why I lost this. I had it and I lost it in my mind. But day 4 is the start of the months, and how that starting on day 4 is still equaling 364. My brain isn't wrapping that. I don't know why. I don't know why.
So,
For the 12 months.
kind of like on the video I was showing, each of those
Yeah.
Lego bricks, each
Mm-hmm.
of them is going to also represent a 364-day count as well. So when we see that overlap, we're going to see each one, while yes, they both are equal lengths, meaning the 364 days. When you off-center them,
Mm-hmm.
we still have to have that 364-day equal count within both of them. So the weeks will have a 364-day count, and the months will also have a 364-day count. So what
So,
Babylon
yeah.
what Babylon has us thinking is, the end of December is the last month of this
Oh,
year.
right.
So basically December 31st, last day of their year, December 1st, and January 1st is the first day of their year. They don't
Mm-hmm.
have a specific yearly day count. They don't care about it. But that
So,
can also fall on any day of the week. They don't care about how it
right.
aligns with the week.
So,
Versus,
yeah.
go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to say, if for me, I don't know why my brain is going this way. Maybe it makes sense or it doesn't. If I take 364 and divide it by 12, I get 30.333333, which
Yeah,
I don't know why like I'm going, so it's like 30, 30, 31. So if you take that 0.3333 times, what was I doing? Times 364? No. 0.333 times 12 gives you 4 days. So that's that extra 31st day 4 times
yeah,
a year. Okay. That's all right. Now I'm getting it that
exactly.
way. Okay. 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 I
No
think I got it.
worries. Awesome.
And
Awesome.
so tomorrow, wait, where are we right now in time again? I feel like I'm so out of time. Today's the 15th. When is the new year start? Day 1 or day 4? Are we counting the new
So
year?
so
Or is it,
that's what we should get out of our heads,
there
is there
isn't?
isn't one thing that brings in a new year. It's a yearly cycle is what we're seeing. So there's going to be two witnesses to a complete yearly cycle. So
Gotcha.
so both of them have to have that 364-day count
Mm-hmm.
to be even, which is what we're seeing throughout scriptures. Enoch saying on this day, this is the 364-day count. And then Jubilee saying, 52 equal weeks of days. Also talking about the weekly count. And then how we have to have, the equinox marking day 4 of the week. So we have to have our week lined up with our monthly count as well.
I'm getting it. It's coming back. Thank you. I just needed to talk it out.
Yeah, it can be a bit confusing. I totally understand.
Okay.
But this is why I can see it is confusing, because we have two counts of 364. So either way you put it, it's going to be a 364-day count. But what Enoch and Jubilees is telling us to do is start the 364-day count on the weekly 364-day count. And then our months are beginning our monthly 364-day count. But our months are more important. I mean, they're both, I shouldn't say it that way. They're both equally important. But, day 4 is basically the head of the months. That's going to mark out when our festival days are going to happen, when our Sabbaths are going to happen, and so forth. When these 4 intercalated days happen. Basically, one cannot work without the other.
And were you saying that the Sabbath festival days are the head of the month days 4 times a year? I think
Yeah,
that was quick.
exactly.
And is that the seasonal changes every 4
It's
months?
the seasonal heads of the months. Yes,
Seasonal. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Got it.
correct. So as we can see, let me go to month 12 actually. So we'll see the seasonal intercalated day, the 31st day of this 12th month is falling on day 3. So this is not going to be the equinox at all, because it's day 3. The sun, moon, and stars weren't created until day 4. So we can't have the sun marker before the sun, moon, and stars were created. This is why the equinox, the straight line shadow, this is marking day 4. This is why we see in 4Q324D here, we're going to see the Tekufa. Where is it? Actually, it's on day... but here, actually, real quick, so we see weekday 3 is additional here. This is talking about the seasonal intercalated days. And then month 1, we're going to see the beginning of the first month is on weekday 4. That's when we get the Tekufa, the equinox. And then on the 4th in it is the Sabbath, which is what we see. The 4th of the first month is the Sabbath. So this Tekufa they're speaking about is this straight line shadow that happens on day 4, which is marking day 4, which is when the sun, moon, and stars were created, set to keep this track. We can't have, because there's some who say, oh, well, the equinox is marking these intercalated days. Well, no, when we look at it, that's on day 3. The sun wasn't made yet on day 3. So we can't have a sun marker on day 3. We have to have it day 4 when they were made. Also, we don't see, when Yahuwah gives us these signs and these markers, we don't see him saying to wait. He says, no, when we see this, this is when it's happening. So that's where we get the menorah showing, you know, all 7 branches, but these first 3 branches, they're curving. It's because we don't have the straight line shadow yet. And that's exactly what happens when you track the straight line shadow. You see him curving this direction, then we get the straight line shadow. After that, we see the line start to curve the opposite direction. It's really fascinating and deep, honestly, in my opinion. It just shows how deep scriptures goes, and you know how many meanings things and certain things have, and why Yahuwah chose, you know, hey, the menorah, he set it up this specific way. Hey, the temple, you know, set this up this specific way. It's because Yahuwah has signs for us to follow his calendar. Is there anything, or Marissa, would you like to explain a little bit as well? Maybe, you know, in a different manner, just so we can cover all grounds, so
May I
everyone
ask
can
a
understand.
question first?
Oh yeah, go
May I
ahead.
ask a question first? If people are overlooking that first marker and they're starting and they're doing it not by the Gregorian calendar, but they're starting their 364-day count with the 4th day of the week at the first month, they would still be keeping the same Sabbaths. They would just not have a understanding of the first part of the 3 days, the divider day and the 3 days. They just do all that, and then they'd start all over again.
Yeah, correct.
So we might wind up, until they understand this, we might wind up on the same Sabbaths as they do. We just start with creation week count, and they start with a 4-day count in the beginning of the month and think it's the beginning of the year.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same count of
Okay.
364, no matter where.
Okay. So our do they wind up missing out on any of the commanded Sabbath days if they start after the straight, they start with the straight line day?
No, I think that's where, because that's where I've gotten a lot of questions.
Ellie, can you mute yourself real quick?
Yeah, thank you. So that's where I've had a few questions, because, you know, people have pointed out the verses in Enoch, how it's equal day, equal night. That's marking the 364-day count. There's some that have pointed out, hey, here in Jubilees, we have a 364-day count of equal weeks of days. So that's where it's going to take us, and it's going to line us up with Scripture, and it's going to line up with all the verses in Scripture. So you can start your 364-day count wherever you see fit, but, you know, I want to go off what Yahuwah is saying. Yes, they both equal 364 days. So wherever you put the count, it's still going to be 364 days. But we have to remember, Yahuwah created time, and it's that time started counting. The counting of that time started on day 1, week of creation.
I love that, and I don't have a problem with it, and I'm working up a year-to-glance calendar to be able to show this, like, on one page. And I've got a friend working with me who knows Quattro Pro that I don't know. He says he's going to help me learn how to do Quattro Pro. But this whole it makes more sense to me the way you're sharing it, even if you're getting all the flack. And I don't know, I've kind of become partial to getting flack when I understand something to be the truth. I would much prefer the flack than to do it the easy way.
Yeah, no, that's actually the flack is what helps us to dig in to solidify what we found more. Because, without that flack, you wouldn't have these questions. Then we couldn't have a foundation to base it off of. So when these questions do come up, it's like, well, hey, here's our explanation, and we can show it through scriptures.
Yep, beautiful. Thank you for that. I just wanted to know that if there's a misunderstanding, and it's been a lengthy misunderstanding for decades since people started understanding that there is a Zadok calendar, if they're not messing up on the Wednesday, first day of the year stuff, they're still starting their year with the first month and the fourth day as a because they say that's when time starts, and it's never made sense to me. So I much prefer this, and thank you. And thank you all for working with this, because it took a while, but once I started thinking this way, and you were so patiently answering questions for me and for other people, it's beautiful. Thank you. But Yah's ways are simple and elegant and beautiful.
Yeah, truly. All praise to the Most High. Yeah, it's really simple. Once you see it, it's really simple. And I think the confusion, it comes from, us being raised and brought up in Babylon.
Yeah, can you imagine if we hadn't, how much easier it would be to transition? Or not even transition, but
Yeah.
just to take in new information without other information like replacing it.
Without the indoctrination.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what Babylon is. It's confusion. So they raise us all up in this confusion, so that now our thinking is confusion, because the confusion's not confusing. I know that
That
a
was
lot
funny.
of saying confusing, but hopefully you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
We do.
That's only because we come from darkness and confusion. And so when the light comes on, sometimes it doesn't quite work yet, because we just need like a gradual dawning of light. We're so much in the darkness that we think that the stars are beautiful lights, and they might be, but that's not where he's coming to us with, He wants us to see the
Yeah.
sun of righteousness.
Well, and just like that passage in the Bible that says, we've inherited nothing but lies from our fathers.
Right.
That applies to us as well.
Yep, for
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely.
Oh, and he said that he would send the hail to take away the what was it? Something of lies, like a veil of lies, or I don't remember. But it sure rips it up,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Oh yeah. That's why it's for kings to search a matter out. And us all being, when we come into the new kingdom, we're all going to be, kings and high priests. Or I shouldn't say high priests, because Messiah is our high priest, but we're going to be kings and priests is what we are, with Yahusha as our King of Kings and our high priest. So if we're going to be priests, we have to remember, the sons of Zadok are priests. They were the ones charged with keeping the calendar. They're the ones charged with, keeping the Torah, being the judges in these matters according to Torah. So, it takes, you can't just search or look in it and say, oh yeah, that's it, because it's not that easy. It's a difficult task. And sometimes it takes years and decades of studying his word, because, depending on each individual, sometimes that's as long as it takes for us to finally open our eyes and be like, wow, why didn't I see this, 10 years ago? Things like that. But,
I know I've been talking to him about how slow I've been. And thank you for working with me all this time. And then it's like, well, it's just, he's just awesome.
yeah, praise Yahuwah. And, his calendar is very important, because, we have to be on time. He has certain meetings on certain dates. If we're missing these dates, we're not going to make it. We're not going to be observing it on the same days as he is. And it's going to be, if we're not trying to do this, we're going to be putting our feast days on the wrong days, because it's not our feast days, it's Yahuwah's feast days. And and scripture interprets scripture. So when we read scriptures as it says for what it says, we can't insert, oh, well, he must be talking about a Wednesday. Well, no, because a Wednesday is a man-made construct of a week. Okay, that's men bringing in confusion. And if we have men's determination of things as our foundation, we're going to be off. So we have to follow Yahuwah. We have to follow his times. He gave us these signs himself. No man can alter when the equinox is going to happen. Like, a man can't come in and say, well, I'm going to bend the straight line shadow. Like, no. These were set for Yahuwah, or sorry, set by Yahuwah for us to be following and understanding. And, it's so beautiful. And when you finally understand all these things, you can see, like, it becomes amazing. And so many confirmations, they start coming along. And, this is what's happened to us in this group here, It started off as just, hey, look, we found out the equal day and equal night and straight line shadow, they're both important. It's not one or the other. It's both of them. And then through that, we gradually see, oh, look, all these verses talking about the straight line. And then look here in Enoch is speaking about, basically this divider, this divider that happens, in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well. We see this divider that happens, and just more and more confirmations. And it's truly all praise to the Most High, and all thanks to him. And, that it's really important to also understand, where we live and how, we are the center of the universe, quote unquote, as they say. Because, this is why they want us thinking we live on a spinning ball in an ever-expanding vacuum of space. Not only does that defy their own science that they claim to go by, but it defies what's written in scriptures. Scriptures, nearly 300 verses in the, quote unquote, 66 books alone speak of how we live on a flat, stationary plane covered by a firmament with the sun, moon, and stars in it. How the earth has foundations, how the earth doesn't move. It's the sun that stopped moving and so forth on Joshua's long day. It wasn't the earth. And, this is the same question I actually asked Dr. P on one of his live streams a couple years ago. Because, he believes we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum. So if we live in an ever expanding universe, does it stop expanding on Sabbaths and Moedim, the festival days? Because those are days of rest, and Yahuwah wouldn't be working those days. So in turn, our quote unquote universe they think we live in would have to stop expanding for these days. Well, they have no answer to that, do they? Also, he said his work was completed on the sixth day. Why would there still be work going on if it was already completed? No. We see the same stars every single night for thousands of years spinning in a perfect circle, which would not happen on some crazy spinning ball in space flying all kinds of directions.
Brother.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I've seen some people trying to say that they are making up for the day that Joshua commanded the sun and moon to stand still. And what is your opinion on that? Because in how I take it is there was never any instruction to incorporate and make up for that day.
Yeah. So, yeah, I know there's a lot of people that try to excuse that away and say, oh, look, Joshua's long day, it added like an entire day here and there or what have you. Well, the problem is, according to the calculations that you do, it stopped for maybe like an hour or two. That's not an entire day, first of all. I think this is where we so in Enoch we get the equation 6 divided by 5 and we get the 0.2. I think this is where that 0.05 might have been added, because 0.05, when you say what's 0.05 of a day, you go look that up, it's going to be just over an hour out of the day. So
Wait,
perhaps
so the day that he commanded the sun and moon to stand still, that was only for an hour?
yeah, basically a little over an hour, which is where I believe we get our modern, solar cycle of 365.25 versus where in Enoch we see that it's only 0.20 if we do the math. Or I think that 0.05 we have now in our modern times, that might have come from Joshua's long day. But it wouldn't have added an entire day, is the whole thing, what I'm trying to explain.
Well, I have a question. If a day is considered from sunrise to sunset, how would making that day longer or shorter make any difference in it being a day?
Yeah. I agree, because, a day is counted from sunrise to sunset, not based on, hours like we have in modern times. So, yeah, even if a day was an hour or two longer, it still wouldn't affect, it wouldn't say, hey, add an entire extra day here. No, that's because we see there was already excess of the sun and stars in Enoch. I think this is where that 0.05 comes from of our solar cycle today. So that's how we get the extra 1.25 versus the extra just 1.2.
So Jeremy, sorry, I have the Bible verse pulled up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry. And it says, and the sun stood still and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. For is it not written in the book of Jasher, which I think it's Jubilees, Jubilees.
Yeah.
So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hastened not to go down about a whole day. So that sounds more than an hour, though.
What verse was that again? Sorry.
So that's Joshua 10, verse 13. Unless my translation is different.
It's just the old King James.
Jeremy, unless you were thinking that .05 was Hezekiah's shadow.
Yeah, it could be.
Sorry,
Oh,
I'm not
let
trying to
me.
be argumentative. I'm just trying to understand the passage. Because it does say whole day. At least my translation does.
Because Hezekiah's shadow would have been 10 degrees.
Yeah, that's probably where that .25 came from then.
What from? Oh,
So it came from Hezekiah, not Joshua.
So,
Sorry. I'm not trying to.
no worries. So let's because there's different translations, but most of them do say about a whole day. But yeah, it's definitely not the modern book of Jasher that we think, for sure.
found that.
Definitely
Holla.
not that. The sun stood still and the moon stopped, which is also when I believe that a picture of our Earth could have been etched into the moon. You know, that's
Yes.
what.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, that's what you were bringing up, Miranda. Pretty awesome catch. So the sun stopped in the middle of the sky, delay going down. An entire Kayom, yeah, an entire day. Yeah, interesting.
But again, he doesn't give any instruction to amend the, calendar count or anything for
No.
that.
No, he doesn't.
Which is why I just thought it was odd that some people, just go ahead and incorporate it without any instruction to.
Yeah.
Sorry, just my 2 cents.
And, no, I agree because there is no instruction to account for this because, there was no rising and setting of the sun. It just, extended that. So it's not like it messed up the calendar because, like Ellie was saying, a day is from sunrise to sunset. So
So I kind of have a
it's still.
thought.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So on this day though, okay, so like on this day, I was looking for scripture that maybe described what month this could have been in. And so I was thinking, could this have been the day at a time that this happened? So that it doesn't account for or add to or take away to the calendar count? I don't know.
Yeah.
What is your thought on that?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That could be true. I'm not sure if there's any verses that will show exactly what day it was.
But didn't this happen after they had gotten into Canaan and they had done the Gilgal, the rolling away, and then gone around Jericho?
Yeah, I
So
It
I
believe
don't
seems
so.
to
think it's
me that
specified.
that day out of time would have been before that year. But I don't know, time-wise, did they give any kind of idea time-wise where that was in that sequence? We know where Joshua 5 was in that sequence and what month it was from extra biblical writings even. But we don't know what this other one is, right?
Yeah, correct. Huh, interesting. So look at what we got right here in verse 3, Joshua 10. Zadok. Interesting. There we go. Calls him Adonai Zadok. Zedek. Fascinating.
Calls who that? Could you give a little context for that? I don't have my Bible right in front of me.
So Joshua let's see. Yeah, look. That's actually what it says. Adonai-Zedek. Adonai-Zedek is his name, I guess. Meaning, Adonai, also the title Lord, but Zedek, righteousness. And look, Adonai-Zedek, the king of Jerusalem, Melchizedek. Wow, interesting. Uncovering some stuff as we go.
Hallelujah.
Right? And look, Adonai-Zedek, king of Jerusalem. Wow. Very interesting. So yeah, Joshua 10:3, right there. But where were we? Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, it could be that day out of time. It doesn't really. It's not specifying now. That's something we might have to dig into, later on and see if anything in between, 5 and 10 is going to give us any other kind of dates. Yeah, interesting though. All right. So, yeah, speaking of biblical cosmology, that's exactly the next topic I wanted to go over as well. And I've made a short video. It's about 15 minutes long. Made it a couple years ago, basically explaining how the firmament works, which also, explains how we can also have a 24-hour sun that happens in the South or the Antarctic.
Okay, before you get into that,
Oh, yeah,
I
that's right.
need this. I need this
So,
solved.
yeah.
Natalie, please tell me how they're getting an equinox day on the 11th of March. And they're literally, there's no divider day. They're just going straight forth. How are they doing that?
Oh, sorry, I ran away.
No, I will find you.
Yeah.
Okay, so should I give like a little background on kind of the calendar first?
Yeah.
Okay, so Katrina's kind of asking because we personally were following a 364-day only calendar and just kind of testing how that worked. Was Yahuwah's calendar actually just 364 days? Because there's really not a lot that tells you otherwise. And I mean, you guys are finding verses, but even that, we need to test what Enoch and Jubilees are saying against the luminaries, right? Like you guys are doing. So anyway, we have been setting up basically a board sundial on an old door that we had. We leveled it out and we were plotting dots on it to try to find a straight line. And then, what's that? 3 years ago. So 2023 is when we started. Sorry, my husband, I said, you need to be here to correct me if I'm incorrect in any of my information. So then we also set up an armillary sundial and we're trying to find it. So the basis of where Aaron Brandenburg and a few others are getting their information, like Scott Whitman and just others that have shared, is from the Jerry Morris channel. And Jerry Morris passed away a few years ago and left all this information that was the priestly order, and it only follows 364 days. So I went back on his YouTube channel and found information from March 27th. Was that 2018? 2013 of when he started. So every year they are losing a day, and on leap years they are losing 2 days and falling behind and out of season. And um, so basically, what they're doing is at the start of their priestly cycle, they're trying to line it up with what the Dead Sea Scrolls are saying, that Gamul, I think it is, you guys can correct me on that one, is the first of the year on the full moon. Now we're seeing that those full moons were inserted, but that is what they're doing. So basically, the first year, it's a full moon on the first day of the year. The second year, it falls behind 10 days. The first year, the second year, and then the third year, it's falling behind 20 days. And then the fourth year, it's quote unquote on again as a full moon. Any questions about that so far?
Oh, so they are going by the moon, but how are they saying? But still, how do they just cite the equinox on the 11th? That's where I'm just like,
Correct.
what?
There's no way that they saw it.
There's no way.
We did watch another couple who you've talked to. And I love all these people very much. They're wonderful people. So just throwing that out, like I said, we don't wrestle against flesh. We're wrestling against this spiritual battle here. But they posted their armillary sundial and a tabular sundial that I saw, and they're off. Their lines are not straight, and they're not dead center on the armillary. So I think we see what we want to see and our eyes are veiled, but we're tracking it still on the tabular and the armillary sundial, and it hasn't come in yet. We are questioning, it's getting really close, so we are questioning, like, is it really on the 20th? But I know you guys have some other people who are verifying that as well, so we shall see.
Yeah, absolutely. Did that answer your question, Katrina?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying something and I was muted. But okay, so they're pretty much going by the moon. It's kind of like the same thing that Gina Sparks is doing with the priestly cycles.
Yeah, it's very similar, except for they're never adding in that intercalary week. So eventually they will be in February.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a question about priestly cycles. Since we don't, necessarily have, priests right now abiding by the true calendar, do we even go by priestly cycles? Do we even go by that text? Because I feel like that's maybe where some people are kind of getting caught, is they think they need to incorporate it, but maybe we don't right now. Does that make sense? Or does that seem silly? I don't know.
May I say something on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, with this whole thing, we are kings and priests. Our Messiah is our high priest. He's left writings that were scriptures in his time that we were not raised to think of as scriptures. And so if he gave this calendar so that we could worship with the angels in heaven, and he revealed it, all these details to them in that community, then I don't see where there's a problem with honoring that. It seems like if he's revealed it to us, then it would be appropriate to honor it, because he is our Melchizedek high priest, and it was the Zadok priesthood that he was honoring, right?
I don't disagree with that. My point is, priestly cycles were set up for them to work in the temple. We don't have a physical temple anymore, is kind of my point. like I don't disagree. I think it's important to learn, but maybe to not, I don't know. That's just kind of my thinking. I didn't know if we were supposed to incorporate it because they went on cycles because they
Their
needed
duties.
it was their duties within the physical temple. And now that we
I
don't
thought you were talking about the Sabbaths in relationship to the
no,
priestly
I'm not talking
cycle.
no. Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
No, priestly cycle and no, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm just talking about maybe I don't know. Maybe they went by the moon for their priestly temple cycle, like what their jobs were to be in the cycle, not Sabbaths. But just their cycle of things. Maybe they went off the moon for that. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe we're incorporating something that wasn't meant to be incorporated with when it comes to just following the calendar yearly, not the priestly cycle in the temple.
Marissa might know more on that because I know she's done a lot with the moon cycles, and as far as I know, they don't line up perfectly, especially because you're trying to put 364 and 354 and overlay that on 365 and 366 days. But I do think that it still works the exact same way of the priestly order. You just have that divider day.
So the moon, it's so funny that you guys are bringing this up as I'm staring at 4Q320 with the lunar cycles. Um, the moon repeats almost exactly like every 11 years. I have a chart where it's just 320 like on the equinox day, like what the full moon, well, all the moon phases are on 320 every year for like 200 years. And so it's about every 11 years where it'll repeat, like it'll be either like a 99% or a 100% full moon on that day. So in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they'll have 6 years. So while that may be true, year 1 and year 4 are the same for those 6 years, it's not going to happen again, like perpetually in rotation, like every 6 years. It's the same moon phases or every 3 years because there is that divider day in the solar cycle between the years. However, like with the moon aside, if we just talk about the priestly cycles, so the priest would rotate in on day 1 of the week. And I was just looking at this and I sent Jeremy something. Let me just look at that screenshot again. It is 4Q321, fragment 2, column 1. It says, the first month begins in the course of Gamul. On the 3rd day of the course of Maziah is the Passover. So, hold on, I'm kind of jumping. So Gamul would be 317 to 323. The next priest in would be Deliah from 324 to 330, and then Messiah is 331 to 46, and Passover is on 4/2, which would make the 3rd day of Messiah. So the only way to get 7-day weeks, 52 weeks a year, is if you add that divider day right after the 52nd Sabbath. And I'm not sure exactly like what they would do with this day. Maybe that's when they're consecrating the priests for the year. But then they begin their cycles again, beginning day 1 of the week. So that would be 317. And this is the only way to actually keep the priestly cycles intact, the way that they have it outlined in the Dead Sea Scrolls for the 294 years. Whereas if you
Is
add a
to use
week,
is to use the divider day?
what?
Is to use the divider day?
Yes, that's the only
Okay.
way to keep it intact, because if
Okay.
you add the week, now you're adding like additional weeks into the cycle rotation, And so
Wow.
the people who do the intercalary week, they'll say, well, maybe all priests are serving for the whole week. I
Oh
I just see
gosh.
that as being really unlikely for an entire week.
Oh
And
wow.
that would significantly throw them off after 294 years. Like you would basically have like 50 intercalary weeks added up by then.
Wow.
So it just becomes a even larger problem the longer time goes on. So I really think that the divider day is the way to go to actually keep the priestly cycles intact. And as far as the lunar phases, it may match it sometimes, but it won't perpetually match it. The moon cycles are they have a pattern to them, and they're like 5-6, 5-6, 5-6, 5-5-6. So they don't just repeat 5-6 over and over and over. They'll have a double 5 in there.
Where are
So
you getting the 5-6-5-6?
like on the years on the 6-year cycle for the moon, you'll have the full moon on the first day of the year, or in that first week of the year, the creation week. And then in year 4, you'll have the full moon within creation week. But then once you get to year 7, it'll fall around the divider day, and then it'll be out of line for the next, that 5-year cycle. It won't be correct until the next 6-year cycle starts. So it's like 11 years apart where you'll see that full moon fall on the equinox, or even you'll see it again fall within creation week. So it's just not something that can be followed perpetually, because it's going to fall out of line eventually.
Eek.
Yeah, we can't say that they determined their priestly cycles based on the moon cycles. It's debatable whether these were added in to the Dead Sea Scrolls just because of the popular calendar at the time, and they want the lunar calendar to be it. So these could have just been added in, or if they were in, perhaps they're just trying to relate their information to the mainstream info at the time. Kind of like when I say, oh, Passover's on 4/2. I'm just relating it to the mainstream information that we'll all understand, where we all know that's really 1/14.
Thank you for clarifying, Marissa. I know that I've seen some people try to say that maybe the moon followed priestly cycles. I had no idea. I was just kind of going based off of what I've seen other people try to incorporate it as, and so thank you for
Well,
clarifying.
you're welcome. The reason I have my book open right now and I'm trying to pen down something that will match with this is because we have Robert Villa from Gospel Worth Dying For. He's asked me multiple times, well, if you can find another 6 years that match up, then tell me. And it's because nobody else has put the 6 years of those lunar cycles together to butt up against what Gina has written. But I'm telling you, that will show up again and again in time, and it's not every 294 years like she's claiming. Her claim is that the years 2019 to 2024 is the first 6 years of a 294-year cycle, and these lunar phases won't repeat again for another 294 years. And
That's a lot of years.
well, yeah, and my rebuttal to that is that, well, it's going to repeat because the moon does have a pattern to it. It won't repeat perpetually over and over. But I'm looking at 2030, and I know they want to see a equinox day for Wednesday specifically with the full moon. So that's what I'm looking at and wanting to pen it down to say, like, well, hey, these years also match up. So, you know, but also 1935 matches up to that. So I don't know. I feel like they make a stretch in there as far as the moon cycles, and they just lean on them too heavily when it's not really the moon that is reliable the way that the sun is.
Yeah.
So there was actually sorry, I'm kind of like hijacking your your chat, Jeremy.
Right.
There was actually, hold on, sun, there was a thing from the Testament of the 12 that I wanted to read to you guys.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me see if I can get that.
Definitely. Yeah. If you could go over all the Testament verses that prove the calendar again, I'd like to hear it
Okay.
again.
Okay. Yeah, there was one I just read specifically. I found it. I have a few different excerpts that I penned down. Now I could read them. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could read all 7, or I could just read the one that I was thinking. What do you want, Katrina?
All of them. Definitely.
Okay. So this is the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, and I believe there's a few other texts in there. There's a PDF for it. I think the PDF is shared in the links part of Telegram that we have going.
Yeah. It's in the other group under PDFs.
All right, I just added it just so you guys, if anybody wants to like follow along, you're welcome to. I just added it in the YAHUAH calendar discussion. And I have the page number. So this is, the first one is page 257. And so, who can be found so foolish as, when he gazes upon the fabric of the heavens, perceives the splendor of the sun and moon, sees the courses and beauty of the stars, and their paths assigned to them by fixed laws and periods, will not cry out that these things are made, not so much by a wise and rational artificer, as by wisdom and reason itself. Same page, 257. But lest the assertion may seem doubtful respecting things which are not manifest to all, let us come to those things of which nobody is ignorant. Who disposed the courses of the stars with so great reason, ordained their risings and settings, and appointed to each one to accomplish the circuit of the heavens in certain and regular times? Who assigned to some to be always approaching to the setting, and others to be returning to the rising? Who put a measure upon the courses of the sun, that he might mark out by his diverse motions hours and days and months and changes of seasons, that he might distinguish by the sure measurement of his course, now winter, then spring, summer, and afterwards autumn, and always by the same changes of the year, complete the circle with variety without confusion? Who, I say, will not pronounce that the director of such order is the very wisdom of YAHUAH? And these things we have spoken according to the relations given us by the Greeks respecting the science of the heavenly bodies. Okay, and then we have page 170 and 171. To this Peter answered, Since then you confess that you are ignorant, now learn. Your question demanded our deliverance on two matters that are contrary to one another. For every motion is divided into two parts, so that a certain part is moved by necessity, and another by will. And those things which are moved by necessity are always in motion. Those which are moved by will, not always. For example, the sun's motion is performed by necessity to complete its appointed circuit, and every state and service of heaven depends upon necessary motions. But man directs the voluntary motions of his own actions. And thus there are some things which have been created for this end, that in their services they should be subject to necessity, and should be unable to do aught else than what has been assigned to them. And when they have accomplished this service, the Creator of all things, who thus arranged them according to his will, preserves them. But there are other things in which there is a power of will, and which have a free choice of doing what they will. These, as I have said, do not remain always in that order in which they were created, but according as their will leads them, and the judgment of their mind inclines them, they effect either good or evil. And therefore he hath proposed rewards to those who do well, and penalties to those who do evil. And then I feel like that directly correlates into the next ones I'll read. The
What
next one is
testament was that?
that one was page 170 and 171.
Of what book?
It's in that PDF.
Yeah, just the page of PDF number is what it is.
Yeah, I just have the page numbers written.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Page 268. I shall do so without delay. 2 visible signs are shown in heaven, one of the sun, the other of the moon, and these are followed by 5 other stars, each describing its own separate orbit. These, therefore, YAHUAH has placed in the heaven, by which the temperature of the air may be regulated according to the seasons, and the order of vicissitudes and alternations may be kept. But by means of the very same signs, if at any time plague and corruption is sent upon the earth for the sins of men, their air is disturbed. Pestilence is brought upon animals, blight upon crops, and a destructive year in every way upon men. And thus it is that by one and the same means order is both kept and destroyed. For it is manifest even to the unbelieving and unskillful that the course of the sun, which is useful and necessary to the world, and which is assigned by providence, is always kept orderly. But the courses of the moon, in comparison of the course of the sun, seem to the unskillful to be inordinate and unsettled in her waxings and wanings. For the sun moves in fixed and orderly periods, for from him are hours, from him the day when he rises, from him also the night when he sets. From him months and years are reckoned, from him the variations of seasons are produced. While rising to the higher regions, he tempers the spring, but when he reaches the top of the heaven, he kindles the summer's heat. Again, sinking, he produces the temper of autumn. But when he returns to his lowest circle, he bequeaths to us the rigor of winter's cold from the icy binding of heaven. So in that, it was talking about the rising and lowering of the sun, and that's the analemma that we were talking about last week.
It's interesting how it said that to the unskillful, the moon's order seems out of order.
Yeah.
Did you guys catch that? So,
Yeah.
to the skillful, though, she'll have a precise order,
of some kind.
whatever her order is.
Yeah, there's a pattern to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, for mainstream to point us to, we landed on the moon revolves around Earth, that's her job. And then in the Bible, It tells us to cite the new moon for months. And again, they're pointing us to her wrong order. So what is her order?
Right. Okay. Yeah, I
It
love that
also
one.
says that the moon is a faithful witness in the heavens in the Psalm. So it has to have some purpose besides bringing in the year.
You know what's interesting when you just mentioned about the Psalms and the moon? Makes me wonder if that's the reason why they took out the rest of the Psalms when we don't have all 364 of them. How many do we have that they've released? 180.
152, I think.
Was it? I don't remember.
Oh, that's interesting.
And that's an interesting thought.
He wrote a song. David wrote a psalm for every day of the year.
And there's 364. So where's the rest of the Psalms, and why have that we not have gotten them yet? Makes you wonder if
Look at
it
that.
talks about the moon, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It might show us exactly what the moon is for then in the other ones. Yeah.
So maybe
Which would
that's
be
the
a
reason why.
rebuke to
Oh,
their
sorry.
calendar. It would be a rebuke to their calendar, so they can't let us know. That's just some crazy sect out there in the wilderness. And,
Yeah.
Boy, sure. I am so curious about the rest of the Psalms. Have been. I'm like, why don't we have all of them? Maybe it does. Maybe it has to do with the moon, revealing the moon's order.
Yeah. And I think that goes along, goes along with Enoch as well. You know, they don't even mention or bring out that, hey, this part and all this stuff is missing in Enoch. No, they say, oh, yeah, it's all complete. Don't worry about it. But when you actually read it, you could see it's only 2 of the 4 seasons. So there's clearly missing information there.
but that's
And I
only
think,
because we can think.
yeah. See,
And they don't want us thinking.
and that's part of that deep spider web, they raise us up in these Babylonian schools, so someone else can do the thinking for us, and then we just listen to what Mr. Scientist says or Mr. Doctor. Just listen to them. They went to school for it.
Well,
Well,
that's because it's so confusing that we just check our brains in at the door. They must know what they're talking about. They must be so much smarter than me because I can't make any sense out of it.
that's it.
I think
That's
I
why
have
we are sheep left. We are sheep, being led to the slaughter.
Yeah,
I have I have 3 more of these guys, and the next one talks about the moon and what it's for.
Ooh, go on.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is page 268 again. But we shall discourse at greater length on these subjects at another time. Now, meantime, we remark that though he is that good servant for regulating the changes of the seasons, yet when chastisement is inflicted upon men, according to the will of YAHUAH, he glows more fiercely. Sorry for that phone ringing. Okay. So sorry about that. Okay. When chastisement is inflicted upon men according to the will of YAHUAH, he glows more fiercely and burns up the world with more vehement fires. In like manner also the course of the moon, and that changing which seems to the unskilful to be disorderly, is adapted to the growth of crops, and cattle, and all living creatures, for by her waxings and wanings, by a certain wonderful contrivance of providence, everything that is born is nourished and grows, concerning which we could speak more at length and unfold the matter in detail, but that the method of the question proposed recalls us. Yet, by the very same appliances by which they are produced, all things are nourished and increased. But when, from any just cause, the regulation of the appointed order is changed, corruption and distemper arise, so that chastisement may come upon men by the will of Yahuwah, as we have said above. I love when they throw the unskillful in there.
Yeah, I know, right?
But that's interesting because it's talking about the moon being adapted to the growth of crops and cattle and all living creatures.
Yeah, it shows, like Sister Germaine does, she plants by the moon, and
Yeah.
boom, it worked.
All right. I'll read the last two. So, I have this note. This entire page is interesting. This is page 372, but I just took a small excerpt out of it. But the topic is throughout the whole page. So, but a companion was created along with him, a female nature, much differing from him, as quality from substance, as the moon from the sun, as fire from light. She, as a female ruling the present world as her like, was entrusted to be the first prophetess, announcing prophecy with all amongst those born of women. But the other, as the Son of Man, being a male, prophesies better things to the world to come as a male. So this is interesting because it's relating the sun and the moon as the male and the female, and as the moon is a companion for the sun. So I think this is a big point of like why not to follow the moon, because the man is the head in the household, is the head of the marriage, of the family, and he is the leader. So we should be following the sun as the head.
Mhm.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, because look what happened to Eve when she did not listen to her head.
Yep.
She was able to be tempted by Satan.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. And the last one I have is page 354. But that he came to deal with the doctrines of religion happened on this wise. There was one, John, a day Baptist, who was also, according to the method of combination, the forerunner of our Messiah, Yahusha. And as the Messiah had 12 apostles, bearing the number of the 12 months of the sun, so also he, John, had 30 chief men, fulfilling the monthly reckoning of the moon, in which number was a certain woman called Helena, that not even this might be without a dispensational significance. For a woman, being half a man, made up the imperfect number of the triacontad, as also in the case of the moon, whose revolution does not make the complete course of the month. But of these 30, the first and the most esteemed by John was Simon, and the reason of his not being chief after the death of John was as follows. I don't know why I added the last sentence there, but I think the main part of that was just that the moon's revolution does not make the complete course of a month.
Hey, Marissa, what was the one of the female moon? I missed the page number for that.
Sure, let me get that. All right, I just shared my notepad in the chat. so you guys can see what I was reading off of in the page numbers for it.
Awesome. Thank you, sister.
Yeah, it definitely like gives us some, like we can glean something from all that text. It helps like add detail to that bigger picture of the luminaries.
Yeah, I forget the exact name of that PDF. I know it has like a title, but I think it's like the 12 patriarchs, and I think there's some other books in there as well. I forget the name.
Natalie, thank you for highlighting those.
Yeah, thank you both. Awesome. Let me see if I can pull up this PDF real quick and just show the name of it and everything. So, let me share the screen. Oh, here it is. So yeah, this is what she was just reading from. You'll be watching, but it's called 12 Patriarchs, Excerpts, and Epistles, the Clementia, Apocrypha, Decretals, Memoirs of Edessia, and Syriac documents, remains of the first age. Pretty interesting title, quite the mouthful. So yeah, both of you sisters. So what I wanted to actually go into next was, biblical cosmology. So a couple years ago, I had made a video explaining the firmament. Would you mind muting your mic there, Katrina?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I didn't. Okay.
No worries.
Is everyone done with the calendar stuff before we move on? I feel like there's so much. Anyone want to talk about like the eclipse, what happened? What they think maybe it happened? How did it turn red? I mean, I hate to quickly just move off without in
If I may, so with what I noticed that with the moon being as big as it was, almost kind of has me wonder if it was the closest to the north, because I feel like the only other time I've seen it that big was around autumn too, like when the seasons were changing as well, which brings us to close to the one of the equinoxes. What do you guys think? I mean, because I feel like I've never seen the moon like it looked really big. Did anybody else think it was like really big?
It's called like perigee and apogee or G. I don't know. I've never heard anybody say it. And it has to do with when it's supposed to be closer or farther away. But then that's their explanation. But I have seen it look huge. It's always been around, what I understand, for whatever that's worth.
I don't know.
know how well you heard me because it started doing this funny thing on my phone.
Yeah, you were breaking up.
Oh, okay. The perigee and apogee. I think. I'm sorry. I'll catch you. I'll be back.
No worries. So,
Yeah, and then the other thing is what we're tracking. I wanted to kind of discuss that a little bit, Jeremy, when it comes to how close it was last night, just minutes apart, when the sun was going down and the moon was rising, and it was just a few minutes last night. Or, right?
yeah, so that's one of the signs that we're going to see in Enoch, where he's talking about the sun and the moon are rising and setting in that same gate, just opposite of each other.
So same gate but different portal, right?
No, the gates, portals, same thing.
I think it's
So they're in the same gate, same portal. It's just one is rising as the other is setting.
Well, are portals the same thing as constellations? I know we don't have I know constellations is more of a modern term. But again, for the moon to be completely full like that, she is 6 constellations away from the sun for her to have to be completely full like that. So maybe they're in the same gate, but they are directly apart from each other. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know how else to word it.
So in Enoch, actually in a couple places, but 78 is one of them, chapter 78. It's going to talk about, when the moon is setting as the sun is rising. Well, first, actually, it talks about how the moon is rising as the sun is setting in that same gate. And then the next morning, it's going to do the same thing, just opposite. So the moon will be setting as the sun rises in that same gate. And that's what I was trying to track this week. Unfortunately, we had a lot of rain and clouds. And when it came down to the moment to track them, there was a bunch of clouds in the way. And I was sad, but, what can you do?
Marissa, are you tracking the sun setting, the moon rising?
Well, I mean, I've been looking at it, but not yesterday, just because of how the weather was here. But yeah, I've been watching it. Yep.
Okay. Because, yeah, I'm just kind of weirded out because it was just so close. What was it? When was it?
I'm waiting to see them in the sky at the same time. One at the
Well,
east and one at the west.
it's hard to see, of course, with my mountain range where I am. But like, let's see, March 15th, the moon set at 6:58 and the sun rose wait, at 7:14. Oh wait, that's March 5th. Wait. All my screenshots are kind of meshing in here. Oh yeah. And March 16th it's going to be really off. March 15th, I know it was close. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was 7:14 on the 15th. So the sun rose at 7:14 and the moon set at 6:58. Like super close together. But then on the 16th, it's looking like it's going to be almost an hour apart. But does that matter, or as long as they're still in the same gate? I just found it weird that it was just like almost 15 minutes apart. The 15th.
So that's not going to be our sun sign because the sun is what leads these things. It's just going to be a witness for what the moon is a witness for. And that's really all this is. So I'm
Right.
just
Well, the
tracking
moon is
it to
supposed to witness it, right, Jeremy? Like,
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So this is going to be the witness of our year basically coming to an end and beginning again. The yearly cycle starting over.
I would have liked to see that happen on the 16th, though, right?
Like I said, it's the moon is going to be off slightly. It's not going to come in exact at the exact time. This is just how it goes. And I wanted to verify for myself this witness, which hopefully tonight and tomorrow I'll be able to, because it seems the clouds are in the way, but just to see where they're at.
Yeah, even in Israel, it's kind of like the same thing. It's an hour off on the equinox, or on the equilux. But, I mean, as long as it's in the same gate, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, because,
Maybe it's more the gates. I just kind of read it that they would kind of be equal.
so what Enoch is showing us is that basically at the between the third and fourth gate, this sign is going to happen. So it's happening between the third and fourth gate. So that's just what we're seeing and confirming.
Marissa and I were talking about that a little bit, because when he does mention the third and fourth gates, that's what that happens in those middle portals. It doesn't say that it's actually exact in one, but I think if it's in either or, that's what matters, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, Miranda, remember what we were talking about the other day? And
We were talking about so much the other day.
I
But
know, but it was so good, and I told you to save it for, kind of let's talk about it in the group. I mean, Jeremy has this flat Earth stuff lined up, and if you want to get that out of the way, Jeremy, and then maybe we could come back to what we were kind of talking about
yeah,
later.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So, Jeremy, you could, Break it up
awesome.
here.
So yeah, I only have 2 videos that I wanted to show on it. One's just a 15-minute video I made a couple years ago, and it's explaining how the firmament works, and it's showing how there can be a 24-hour sun basically in Antarctica, like what the final fake experiment was showing. But basically walking through scriptures on how the firmament works. And then there's like a 30-minute video I wanted to show, and it's by a doctor or something. He's basically making observations, trying to test whether physical, empirical observations, are they going to prove that we live on a ball or that we live on a plane? And it's really fascinating evidence, honestly, and just solid proof of biblical cosmology. And it goes in correlation with the sun and the moon, and what they call a lunar eclipse and so forth. What they claim to us, it doesn't make sense, because they say it's the moon's, or it's the Earth's shadow that's causing these moon phases, according to them. But then they say, oh well, this lunar eclipse is going to happen where the Earth's shadow is going to cover the moon. Well, which one is it? Is it one or the other? Because it can't be the Earth in both cases, according to their claims. Because the Earth's already casting the quote unquote shadow, causing the moon phases. So then, if the Earth's going to cast another shadow, it would just be a dark moon, you would think. But no, they say it's a red moon, and like it just doesn't add up, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, But yeah, it goes along basically with our conversation as well, because it's just showing, where we live, these things are only going to work where we live. And they don't work on a ball. They don't work in a vacuum. They don't work in an ever-expanding universe, as much as they try to claim that it does. But let me go ahead and screen share, actually. And then if you don't mind muting your mic there, Katrina, because I know when I share the system audio, that's when we get a lot of the echo happening. And I realized this while uploading the videos, because there was always this echo that would happen, and I couldn't figure out what it was. It's because I was sharing the system audio when I was sharing the videos. That's when the echo would happen. So I figured it out. But here, let me share this. And then this one's 15 minutes. This one is 23 minutes, actually. So let me go ahead and mute, and then we'll go ahead and start.
Here is how the star field would look if we removed the atmosphere. The place is Canary Island, Spain. The lens that I used here has a 122-degree field of view, and as you can see, the stars never set because they are too high for perspective to make them rise or set. Their altitude now is about 4,000 miles. This number is fairly accurate and matches the rise and set times shown in the programs such as Stellarium. Now I am going to play the same video, but with the atmosphere or atmosphere added. As you can see, the video has changed completely, and the star trails look exactly like the original picture. Here is the original, taken on March 15th, 2015. Now let's play the two videos side by side so you can see the effect of the atmosphere. We can do this from any location. They all work the same. And here is another test in France. Look at it carefully and compare it with the original, and let us know if we're doing anything wrong.
What would it look like if you were standing inside a glass ball? And he put together this computer simulation of what it would look like. And if you see on your screen here, the little ball on the left with the lines there, the red lines, the gray ball, this shows your position within the glass ball. The one on the right shows what you would see. And you would see a pattern of a circle to your right, and then as you sweep toward the left, it begins to straighten out. And the farther left you go here in these next two shots, you see the farther left you look, you see more and more that you're going toward a circle on both sides, to your right and to your left. Now, an even more recent video, a guy took a glass, like a little glass bowl, and he held it up against a picture of star trails. And he looked through it, and what did he find? Well, the picture on the right is his photograph that he took through the glass bowl, and the one on the left is an actual star trail. You see the similarities, folks. When you look through a glass, it warps the image in such a way that that's exactly what we see in the sky today. Exactly. This is absolutely incredible. A genius idea here. Just take a glass ball. What's it look like? You're looking through that thing. It warps it a certain way. It's like you're looking through water. Water warps things when you try to look through it. A glass dome does the exact same thing. Now, this perspective answers a huge portion of our problem. The idea of perspective, how does that work? And then this understanding that we're looking through a glass dome, this answers a huge part of our dilemma. But there's one remaining aspect here to why we have trouble with this. Because even these two things, there's still a huge gap in our understanding, and that is, how do we see this same pattern, whether we're in Australia, New Zealand, whether we're in South America, South Africa? Why is it we always see the same circular pattern? It's one thing to understand the pattern itself. How does the pattern even get there? But it's an entirely different problem to try to understand how it is, no matter where you look, you're going to see this same thing. How does that happen? That's what we're going to explain now. Okay, the shot that's coming up on your screen now shows 3 cameras. That's what that is, 3 cameras. And what's going on here, and again, I'm linking to the video, so please go and watch it. This fella takes a curved mirror. He takes a flexible mirror, and he holds it up to the camera, and then he curves it. And as he curves it, on a flat surface, you would just see one camera, just reflecting back. But as he curved it, the image actually split into three here. And if you can imagine, the camera on the left is New Zealand, Australia. The camera in the middle, Africa, South Africa, and then South America. You see how the image breaks up against a curved surface. Now, due to perspective, when we look out on the horizon, we're in the south. We look on the horizon, we see one circle. We don't see three like this because the perspective prevents that. We cannot see that far. We cannot see it in the same way that we can see a little, 12-inch flexible mirror here. Reflection off that is a completely different, just a completely different scale. But essentially, this is what's going on. No matter where you are, as you look out on the horizon against a glass firmament, against a glass dome, you're going to see this pattern follow you all the way around, no matter where you are. That's what you're going to get, and it's due to the fact that a curved image acts in this particular manner. Now, another interesting thing about this image, and he explains this in the video, the image that you're looking at, the two images on the left and the right are mirror images, which is a reversed image. The mirror, the one in the center, is a reverse mirror image. In other words, it reverses the reversing of the mirror. When you look straight into a mirror, you're not seeing your image. You're seeing a reverse. It reverses it, but a curved surface will actually reverse it again. So you're actually seeing in fact, in the screenshot, you can actually read the words underneath the camera. It's hard to read them here, but in the video, he shows the words go from being backward as he curves it to being forward, where you can actually see it head on and read it as if you were looking directly at it. So amazing things we can begin to see them as we understand where we are. We're under a glass dome. We see these types of phenomena happening when we experiment with that. What does it look like? We see the pattern. We see the understanding of perspective, what that does for us. The understanding of looking under a glass dome as the second dilemma. What patterns do we see there? We see the experiments show. We see the same thing in the sky. And again here with the way a reflection works against a curved surface. So we have it now, folks. This is it. This explains why you can see the same thing no matter where you're looking in the south.
So I decided that I would show what happens with the sun, and I think it may solve some interesting problems. I'll show that in this video. And I just want to revisit something before we do that, and that is the fact that there is a lot of water in our atmosphere. I went to a few websites. I just did a Google how much water is in the atmosphere, and this is the USGS website, usgs.gov, Science for a Changing World. The USGS Water Science School talks about there is always water in the atmosphere. Clouds are, of course, the most visible manifestation of atmospheric water, but even clean air contains water in particles that are too small to be seen. One estimate of the volume of water in the atmosphere at any one time is about 3,100 cubic miles, or 12,900 cubic kilometers. And it goes on to say that if all the water that's in the atmosphere were to rain down at once, it would cover the globe to a depth of about 1 inch. And this is confirmed on a number of websites, but I'll just show you one more just for the sake of argument here. This is the Y Files, the science behind the news. They have an article, How Much Water is in the Atmosphere. It says, at any moment, the atmosphere contains an astounding 37.5 million billion gallons of water in the invisible vapor phase. This is enough water to cover the entire Earth, land and ocean, with 1 inch of rain. And, of course, goes on to talk about that as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of water in the atmosphere. I think we all kind of just know that, but I don't think we've ever really thought about what that means. And so I was thinking about that in the previous video, and so I'm going to go ahead and play just sort of some highlights from that previous video to set the stage for what I think is going on with the sun and the moon also. Here we go. But I'm thinking if the atmosphere, especially over water, is made up of zillions and zillions of tiny convex drops of water, then collectively perhaps they all combine to make one big convex lens, in which case it would act like a magnifying glass. Okay, so with that in mind, let's look up some websites dealing with the refraction of light. You might see a graphic, something like this, showing light bending downward, just like the weatherman guy said. And here's your typical graphic showing how light rays entering some sort of medium, like in this case water, refraction causes the light to bend downward. Now, we've all seen pictures of, a pencil or something in a glass of water, and how not only does refraction bend the image downward, it also magnifies it. I'm going to say that again. Water causes refraction, bending the image downward, and magnifies it.
The science is the same of that of a lens. Here's a simple example.
So if you're looking at Chicago here, just maybe now you can just see the top of the Sears Tower, and if our simulated temperature inversion moves into place, hopefully now you can see pretty much all of Chicago,
see all the lower buildings,
including what's at ground level.
So the atmosphere really is acting like a lens.
Yes.
Here's what I came up with. I've got my magnifying sheet frame, and I created a little stand to paste the sun on it and keep it the same height over the flat surface of a table. So the sun is always going to be parallel with the surface. And check this out. All right, here's the first test of a sun moving over a flat surface, and with no atmospheric magnification, it does what we might expect it would. It gets smaller as it goes away from us. All right, now let's see what happens when we add in our atmospheric magnification. Again, water and refraction. Water causes magnification and refraction, right? So let's bring the sun back. Oh, check this out. Refraction bends the light downward. It made the sun set on a parallel surface. As it was moving parallel, the same height, the whole way over a flat surface, the refraction caused the sun to set. Not only that, well, let's bring in the beginning of that little test, and we see that it maintained pretty much the same size, too. Pretty close. And of course, that's because as it's moving away, the magnification is still taking place. And so even though the sun's further away than it was in the beginning of the test, the magnification basically preserved the same size, and the refraction made it set. Now, I'm just going to put forward a crazy idea for you to think about. And that is, if Rob Skiba could figure this out, I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I think it's quite possible that the creator of the cosmos could have figured out the same thing and engineered our beautiful sunsets, thanks to all that water he placed in our atmosphere. Just something to think about.
All right. Pretty interesting stuff. Does anybody have any questions about anything? Anything that we've gone over the whole discussion?
That's all.
Awesome shofar blast. Thank you, sister. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
That was good. Was that you?
Yeah, I have a little shofar that I got at one of the feasts maybe a year and a half ago or something. I love it.
I still can't do it yet. Claudia could. I cannot.
Yeah, Callan's pretty good at the shofar. I'm pretty good at it. Well, I'm getting better at it, I should say. But yeah, it's
Yeah, so Miranda, or does anyone want to talk about any of that video?
I was having Lily watch it, Jeremy, when you were playing that, because I'm trying really hard to teach her, again, to the best of my knowledge with everything that we've learned, how different it is from what school teaches her, because she just had to do a report on the moon and the planets and all the other stuff. And I was like hitting my head up against the wall because I was like, oh, this is not right. So I was having her watch what you were presenting because I was like, you need to listen to this.
yeah, praise Yah. Yeah, it's I believe it's important. And it's important in understanding where we live, and it's important, understanding the calendar as well. Um, so
Yeah. So I was wondering, Miranda, if you could go over what we were chatting about the moon and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hate to put you on the spot, but I did say.
You did. No, you did. Well, again, most of the inspiration though kind of came from Marissa. Hold on, let me kick my dog out of my bedroom. Out, 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 out. When she was talking about how the moon is feminine, and Enoch describes the moon as feminine, and so when I was trying to go over scripture and even trying to look online things about the moon, well, first of all, when you look at things online, they take you right back to, the indoctrination of NASA and everything, and so it wasn't very helpful. But looking through scripture and just seeing the correlation that women tend to have with the moon is quite interesting. So I think I mentioned it last Sabbath too, was I believe that the moon is made of plasma. Going back to the possibility that the moon has a map on it. Plasma is a huge component in making pictures. And so I thought it was interesting. And women also tend to produce more plasma in their blood than men. So I thought that was interesting. And I don't know if that has any correlation to how our cycles seem to kind of have the same cycle that the moon does when it comes to our menstruation. And sorry, Katrina, I'm trying really hard. I know certain conversations I can just go with the flow. So I'm trying to remember everything that I was saying. But basically, there is a beautiful correlation with the marriage between a man and a woman and the sun and the moon. So the sun is the head, and the woman is a witness to her husband. So we're not to lead, but we are to be that witness for them. And trying trying to think on what I was saying. Something interesting also is when women sleep, about 70 or 80% of our brain is still alert, which I thought was crazy. It kind of makes sense, right? Because if we're the nurturers, we have to get up with our babies in the middle of the night. And I never understood how my husband could sleep through the kids crying, and yet I could hear like a little rustle, and I would just be alert and awake. And so I thought that was also interesting, because the moon is a light for the night. Women are the nurturers; they get up with the babies usually. Not to say that the men don't, but generally, again, it's the women. But something also interesting is when we think about Enoch and the rest of the Bible, the books in the Bible, it says that as long as the sun and moon endureth, not one jot or tittle by any means are going to pass away from the law. And so I thought was interesting is the sun and moon will eventually pass away. When Yah is here and he is that light, and we have no more need for the sun and moon, because he will be that light, right? That's also when there's not going to be any marrying or giving in marriage, right? So that's another interesting marriage correlation to, this is all, the sun and the moon are temporary. Being together, like with husband and wife, is temporary because we're going to be eventually like the angels. Katrina, am I leaving something out that you were wanting me to be more specific on?
No, just like how the sun is the head and the moon is that witness.
Okay. I think okay. So we all know the terms like guilty by association. Well, when I was thinking about that, so again, we know that the moon doesn't lead anything, right? It's not for days, months, years, weeks, Sabbath of years or anything like that. But just because you are, sorry, let me get my words together. Okay, so just because she doesn't lead anything doesn't mean that she's not associated with the sun. And so she is there to just like with a husband and a wife. When my husband comes home, I am a witness to what I take care of. He goes out and leaves, comes back. I am here to take care of it. Man, I am just not getting this right now. I'm trying to think about all the points I made when I was talking to you, and it's just gone. But we don't lead anything, but we are the witness for the leader. I'm really sorry, Katrina. I'm really forgetting all the points that I had made, but again, I thought the interesting correlation with husband and wife again is basically in same correlation to the sun and moon. Eventually, they will pass away, and eventually we will no longer have husband and wives either. So, I mean, that correlation was interesting to me, but does anybody else have an input? Sorry, Katrina.
And
Yeah.
you know how I feel.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, yeah, because it follows the biblical hierarchy, and the sun is the figure, the moon is the female figure, but it's the sun that's leading things, but the moon is basically its helper, like, so it's helping to witness these things. And it necessarily have to do with, slivers of the moon, sighting certain slivers. It's just, the moon is going to be the witness to the sun. It's always its circuit, no matter what. Its circuit in correlation with the sun is to determine its moon phases. So, for when it's in circuit and it's closest to the sun, that's when it's going to have. But then when it's exactly opposite circuit from the sun, that's when it's going to have its full amount of light. Kind of
Well,
like
and
the
that's almost
example.
when, like, sorry, that's
No,
almost when she's
no,
like the most perfect witness, right? Especially if she is a witness of what the earth is. I mean, a complete full witness when she's directly across from her husband. Or, I'm sorry, I'm using those words or in terms, but I mean, like, when she's directly across from the sun, it's the full map of this realm that the sun is, circling.
and that just kind of brought a thought to my head because, when it's closest to the sun, it has no light. Not, it's not outshining the sun, basically. But basically, when it's off on its own, kind of like it's not off, but it's just opposite of the sun. That's when it's going to have its light. So,
Right.
I don't know. It's kind of interesting correlation there.
Well, and how busy she is through the entirety of a month, Again, like, I think of everything that I do in the home. And I mean, oh my gosh, everything is connected with everything else. Like, you know, I'm not saying I do more than my husband. He definitely, he goes out there and he does the hard stuff. I would prefer to be at home, but when it comes to laundry and then switching the kids' clothes out, cooking, cleaning, taking the kids, where they need to go. I like, my husband's always like, give me a list, I'll go to the store. And I'm like, sometimes I'm like, I can't write you a list. Like, I have a mental list, and sometimes I don't even know what we need until I get to the store, kind of thing. Like, just for a woman's brain, everything is connected with everything else. Men tend to have more of like, like, give me my job and I'm going to do it, just like the sun. Give me my course and I will do that. And the moon is like, hey, I'll go here, there, and everywhere, kind of like a woman.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I've noticed that too. Not to be like stereotypical or anything, but just to give an example, like, when women go shopping, they'll have a list, but then they come back with a bunch of stuff not on the list that's extra. So
Yeah,
it kind
right.
of
It's not being a
with the
stereotype.
men.
It's a generalization of what the women and men's role are. Like, like, I know that, I know some people have, kind of mentioned, well, I had to, pick up here and pick up there. And I'm not saying that we can't. There's examples in the Bible where women have kind of had to step up because the man had almost not failed to, but didn't. Like, we have Moses' wife stepping up and circumcising her sons
Yes.
when
Oh,
they were on their way back. Sorry. Yeah, that's it's coming back to me. um, when she had to circumcise the sons. And then you see another example when Abraham was celebrating with his son Ishmael, and Sarah got upset and was like, he's not the one that got this promise. Our son Isaac did. And so Yah told him to listen to his wife and to send Hagar and Ishmael away. He said, hearken unto your wife. Now, again, that doesn't mean that she's the head, but there are some times where we do have to step up where our head doesn't, because I know that there are women here that, don't have that head. So they do have to be that, like, I mean, and then there's some men, where they don't have they're the woman in their life. So they also have to step up and be that nurturer too. And so that doesn't mean that we can't. It just means like it does work better when you have the dynamic of the head and the nurturer together, because we are our husband's helper. It's nice to have a helper. It's nice to have a witness.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, one does without the other too well. Not saying that it won't work, but yeah, we need each other basically. And like it's good to listen to your wife's advice, not just always be like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." And vice versa as well. It just shows, we're supposed to be helpmates. And that's the word in the Bible, is, helpmates, meaning helping each other, lifting each other up, and so forth. And it's not just like one has more responsibilities than the others. We have equal amount of responsibilities, but just what those responsibilities are. Like being a man and a husband, like we're supposed to be able to provide and teach our families, and be the ones to we're the ones supposed to be working, providing, doing basically the hunting, the building, the fixing, all these things as men. Women have basically the same role, wives, they have that same role. It's with the children and the family and all of that. So it's like, it's just amazing how it works together. And that's how Yahuwah designed it.
Yeah. Noel Hadley on the Unexpected Cosmology YouTube channel last week and last night did a series on men and women. Last week was women, this week it was men. And it was really good because he showed biblically how the woman helps the man be more of a man, and the man helps the woman be more of a woman when they're serving and supporting each other. And I noticed how some people in the chat were actually getting offended. And one of my good friends listened to it, and she got very offended. And I said, "No, don't be offended." I says, we've all messed up. We've all really screwed up in the past. This is a pattern of how it should be. This isn't condemnation of where we failed. But it really made a beautiful picture of
Yeah,
how it's
awesome.
supposed to be. So I think that's a good analogy, Miranda, for the sun and the moon. You did good. You did good,
Oh,
girl.
thanks. Katrina and I talked for a while, and I know I was just kind of like, I could just go on tangents of just random things that I think about all throughout the day. And so, she was like, you should talk about this. I was like, oh, when I'm put on the spot, it's like really hard for me to remember everything I said. And, but thank you. 'Cause like, I know that it is, like when, before I came to truth, I was kind of the pants wearer of my relationship. And when I came to this truth, I realized how damaging it was for my husband and for me, like my attitude toward him and what my children were seeing too, and so I'm kind of trying to help my daughter more so, not talk to her father in a certain way. And I'm like, kind of kicking myself now because she thinks that she can talk to her dad a certain way, and I'm really, kind of like getting onto her about it now and letting her know that, like I have to listen to your dad too, and there's things that I'm not going to do. If he says not to do it, then I'm going to respect him, because there are lots of times where he's told me, I told you so, and just listen to me, like I'm not trying to control you. And we have to, as women, I think we have to stop looking at it, and I'm not saying that men don't, take the controlling role, but I just mean like there is a balance, like
Yeah.
there are some times where I really tell my husband like, hey, I'd really like to try it this way. And it's about being sincere and being humble to each other also. It is a beautiful dynamic though.
It is, and the biblical way is so beautiful, and it works so well. So why, when humans try and buck the pattern given in the Bible, it doesn't work out so well.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. And it never did with me. I mean, my husband and I always butt heads because I was trying to do his job and it was not working out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the mindset they push nowadays. It's like, oh, independent woman, go ahead and wear the pants, take the lead, and things like that. And it's just going to disrupt what Yahuwah set in order. And, part of the reason there's like a lot of, we see these marriages ending in divorce and things like that. And of this, I don't know what else to call it, but this feminine spirit, or then unclean spirit that's kind of lifted up in society, where be your own independent woman, do this, do that on your own. There's no difference separating us and men, kind of deal. Men can do what we can too. But then we've seen, recently as well, where they've allowed these, he, she's, for a better term, but they've allowed them, at the Olympics, for example, had these trans men who are actual men claiming that they're women, and they're boxing women. And,
Yes, that is actually the next.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, the one woman, she got knocked out within like 2, like, no, I give up. If she would have kept going, she would have, because naturally men are stronger than women. And that's just how, like, we can take hits and punches versus, a woman, they're not supposed to get punched. So they're not going to be able to take hits and punches very well. So this is why, that's not supposed to be how it is, Yeah, go ahead, Miranda. Sorry.
Sorry, no, you just reminded me of the other point that I had made to Katrina too. Again, when you disrupt what Yah has set in order, it's him, then it's the husband, then it's the wife, then it's the children. And when you disrupt the order, that is how things became infiltrated. Literally, we see that in the garden. When Hasatan, he didn't go to Adam, he went to Eve.
Yeah,
and so she didn't listen to her head. So then that affected their line of children, because then you see that's how sin entered in the world, was because it's still happening now. So because you have to destroy the husband, the head dynamic, so that you can get to the wife who is not as strong without her head to get to the children. And now we see all these horrific things happening to children now, where they can start taking puberty blockers at the tender age of like 11, and for girls, when they start taking testosterone, their voices are forever changed. When you take their breaths away, you can't reverse that. You cannot reverse that. And they are finding out now, hey, why was I given such a big decision at the tender age of 11? I actually want to be a woman now. And they've already destroyed most of their body because they were interested in something that they weren't mature enough to do, because the family dynamic got hit.
And that's when suicide happens as well. Heaps of these children are suiciding because, they realise that, hang on a minute, I was born a guy and try to be a woman, and now I want to be a guy again, and then they can't and they suicide. But the Lilith, I don't know if you've heard of the Lilith spirit. It's happening with me and many other guys, where the wives are packing up and leaving. And, my wife left me a few weeks back, and loaded the car up with the kids. I've got 7 kids, and she left. It's just tragic. And but yeah, there's definite a Jezebelic spirit happening, and yeah, it's just devastating families everywhere. And I know of 5 other families around us as well that have had the same, very similar terminology, is all the same that the woman is talking about. And yeah, it's just sad.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, prayers
Yeah,
for you.
just devastated. But watch that video. I think Jermaine, when I shared it with Jermaine, it's talking about the Lilith spirit, and basically it says that, you know, Adam's first wife was Lilith, but, you know, I mean, which is not true. But, you know, when they wanted to come together, you know, Lilith said, no, I want to be on top, and et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, it's a Jezebelic spirit. Also, with what's coming out of America, and I believe my wife is attached to that, it's called Give Her Wings. I'm classed as now an abuser. I've never, ever abused or controlled my wife, ever. But yeah, I'm classed as an abuser because, you know, the definition of abuse has now changed. And if there's if your wife feels slightly stressed or whatever, you know, that's abuse. Yeah, so, but yeah, Give Her Wings, look it up. Part of the requirements is that the man has to be out of the house. I was kicked out of my home on the 4th of January. Before all of that, we had a lot of destruction happening around our property, fires, animals dying. You know, we had beehives that we got blessed with, and the bees left, and just a lot of destruction. And then we've come into that, so I just see it as the physical and the spiritual. But yeah, it's just devastating. So, and you know, when I wanted to come back to be the head of the home and, you know, to be with the kids, she initially agreed, so I came back in a tent on the property. We've got 40 acres, so I was able to, you know, not be in the house. But she just said, you're not sticking to the plan, so that means I have to leave earlier. But yeah, like I said, if you look at the Give Her Wings, that's just got a Christian taint to it, really. But this, like I said, the stipulation is on there is that the man has to be out of the house. Otherwise, they won't support these women. And there is no talk of reconciliation at all. It's just the man has to leave. But yeah, it's also a big thing is the B4 movement, or 4B movement, I should say, that's happening where women are. It started in South Korea, apparently, where women are not going to have sex anymore, they're not going to date anymore, they're not going to have children anymore, and they are not going to have the whole patriarchal system. But yeah, that spirit is just rife at the moment. And I spoke to a guy in Brisbane here last night, same thing. His wife left him. He said it's, yeah, definitely Jezebelic spirit. Yeah, it's happening. So you know, you women here, and that's why I was saying to you, Mirinda, you know, stay with your husband. You know, he might not be on board, but stay with him. And yeah, but just really pray for that hedge of protection, that the Father will not, you know, that the Hasatan will not infiltrate. The problem I had is that friends of ours, same scenario. My wife went there to try and speak to her and talk sense, but she's been dragged down now, and yeah, has left.
Well, Timothy, if that's your home, you don't have to leave it. I mean, if she wants to break up the marriage, let her be the one that leaves.
Well,
you know, if
she did leave. She did leave and took my kids.
That's awful. So she did leave the property, huh?
Yeah, she left the property. Yep. Yeah, she left. Okay. And before that, I mean, I was living around the corner at a friend's place, and he's in Tora as well. And I was still coming over in the mornings and reading with the kids, and, you know, seeing them. And then because I moved on to the property, and the stipulation is for the woman that the man can't be at the property anymore, she packed up and left. And I know that she had support, because there's 8 people can't just leave and find a place straight away. So especially here in Western Australia, it's, rentals there's no rentals, so she's living somewhere. I don't even know where she's living. She hasn't even told me where she's living. I've seen the kids 3 times since she's left. I occasionally speak to them on the phone, but yeah, it's just disgusting and devastating.
I think you're the fourth or fifth man. I think you're the fourth or fifth man just in the past week in their Torah group that their wives left. I mean, this is really a spiritual attack on the family and on men.
Yeah, it's 100% spiritual. And hey, Andrew, how are you?
Good, you?
Yeah, good. But yeah, I spoke to Andrew last night. But yeah, it is definitely spiritual, and that's why this battle isn't against flesh and blood. We know that, and it's a spiritual battle. So all I'm doing is just praying. The first time I met with the kids, I got back to Jeff's place, who I'm staying at the moment, and just felt really heavy that I need to pray. And so every 8 o'clock our time, me and a group of other people, friends of ours, we just pray that the hold and the Jezebelic spirit will lift. And that's the only sword we can bear is prayer, because our wives aren't listening, and they're under a spell.
Yeah, so many brothers are going through this, and I just want you to don't give up and pray it like you believe it's going to happen, right? The transformation in her is going to happen. Just make sure that that's a part of your prayer, is that you're believing it.
Okay.
It's a test of our faith. Yeah, it's a test of our faith. And don't give up no matter what. And, hopefully all that remarriage, stuff, you were able to understand how, she, will be clean, and so will your kids by your, faith and your willingness to, hold on to that covenant and don't give it up, just like Yah doesn't, So this is
that Katrina, that's the biggest thing. And I no matter what happens, I'm going to keep going and keep going and keep going in prayer. And the other thing too is I'm going to remain celibate. I will not be, even if she dies, unless the Father brings somebody definitely in my path, but I will not remarry at all. But yeah, okay, that's good advice about just believing it and praying it and believing it. So thanks for that, and thanks for all that info.
Drew, do you want to say something? Drew, I think Drew keeps trying
to. Drew.
I was just gonna. It's interesting that, like as we spoke last night, Timothy, it's just thinking on it overnight as well. The stuff that's happened for me is I got asked to leave so my wife could heal by the actual marriage counselor lady we were seeing at the time, which I knew was not where I wanted to go. However, I was also being threatened with divorce for 6 or 8 years, and told I was unsafe to be around, and all the same. And that's the bit that I look at and know it's a spiritual thing, simply from the fact that it's the same playbook. Every guy I talk to, and even unsaved people that don't know the Lord, don't want to know the Lord, it's the same playbook over and over again. And the law in Australia, at least in Queensland, is the woman can say whatever she likes, she can lie, doesn't matter. But yeah, we raise our voice and we get a DVO or an apprehended violence order thrown against us with no evidence, and we're guilty until proven innocent, etc., etc. And it's just so one-sided. Like my wife, I actually ended up leaving the house, I think it was September, October last year, and I saw my boys, who were 13 and 11, 3 times up until Christmas. And I was given about 6 hours at a time, and I had to have someone with me because she felt I was unsafe. So blah, 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 blah. And it's just, even trying to talk to them on the phone, my eldest asked me if I was on a Discord chat thingy, so I dropped in to grab some stuff, and he was home because they were doing jabs at school that day, so he didn't go to school. And he told me about that. So for about 3 weeks, I was chatting to him Discord and backwards and forwards, no dramas. And then my youngest son found out about it and added me to a group that she was a part of, and all of a sudden Discord stopped and Messenger stopped. And it's just, for me, I can't say she has stopped them talking to me, but at the same time, it's very just circumstantial. We were supposed to go camping, and it's just such an invasive taking, and it's stealing. And this is the bit that, the father's put on my heart to actually rebuke her from is, like, you're taking from the boys. And I've gone away from, I'm suffering and it's not fair and blah, blah, blah. I've just sat there and I've gone, you're actually stealing from my sons, and that is not okay. And that's where, as I was listening to you before, Miranda, about how, men, we don't lead as well as we should, simply because we're trying to not offend people and not hurt someone. And I actually stepped back when we were first married because I wanted my wife to actually realize the strength she had in her. And so I actually reduced, for want of a better word, my energy or my presence to try and help her actually rise. And the problem was I actually went the wrong way. I should have gone the other way and kept rising, but actually kept encouraging her to make decisions and are you coming, rather than made it all about her. So, for me, I can sit back and look at the past and go, well, I can see where I've gone wrong here, and here. And it's all part of the roadmap that has led to where we are. So it's an interesting time to stop and look at. And as you say, Tim, it's everywhere. And it's a spiritual thing, and it's how we break that is the question. And as we know, through the word, I think it's 1 Kings 19. I think it was, no, it wasn't. Was it Joab? No, it wasn't Joab. Anyway, one of them, Nehu, one of them, ended up going and killing her, pushing her out the window, and she got eaten by the dogs. So, but it's only the father that can cut it off. We can make space as the authority in our house, even as the spiritual head of our house still, she got very upset in how I would even say grace. And I'd get criticized for how I would pray, etc., etc. So you're getting undermined all the time. But even now, I've been shown that by asking the Father to sanctify our imagination, which you were talking about with the prayer before, sanctify our imagination and actually picture in our mind the Father moving through that house. I can actually imagine myself walking through the house and laying hands on those boys and speaking over them and praying over them. When I'm saying grace, I'm also saying grace over their food, in regards to thanks, and asking the Father to cleanse it because of all the garbage that's around these days. So the depth of what we can do as fathers, as men, as the head of our house, when we take that position, is much more than we actually grasp when we start looking at the example of YAHUAH and how he would speak over things. So that's the position we have, because the other thing the Father's been dealing with me with is authority. And I believe it's 1 John 4:17, is as he is, so are we in this world. And so that's Christ sitting at the right hand of the Father now. So, we're part of his body, so we're there now. But it's also really not realizing that authority that we have, but it's not overstepping that authority, because it was always Christ looking to the Father. And, that identity that we have in him is that we are who he is. And so it's not me trying to figure out who I am now. It's making sure that I actually grasp who he is, because he is who I am. So it's a huge road that it's not just a simple separation. It's everything else that's maintained and is in place behind it.
And it's interesting too, speaking to you and then the other guy, Ken, in the group. He's said, both of you guys and for myself, that it's a good time for us to be drawing nearer to the Father and becoming that spotless bride. So we are ready. And like you said yesterday, like that verse, like he who holds father and mother or son or daughter daughter higher than me is not worthy of me, you know, and we need to be, you know, we can't save anyone else. You know, we need to work on our own salvation with fear and trembling. And interesting, Drew, yeah, you know, the whole, you know, they feel abused, the woman, and that I'm a threat. I still remember on the 4th of January this year when, you know, pagan year, obviously, when I was getting kicked out of the house. And see, that's the other thing. She was going to leave because apparently my sister was meant to tell me for me to leave, and she never done that. But she was going to, she just got up. It was a Shabbat. She got up and said, oh, well, I'm out of here then, and I'm taking the kids and I'm going to go to Mel's place. Mel is another woman that's give her wings and divorced her husband too. But, and I still remember my daughter, 10-year-old daughter, I was packing my bags and walking out the door, and she says, what's going on? You know, where are you going? And I said to her, oh, I'm apparently Mum thinks I'm a danger. And she looks at me and goes, danger? Like, you know, like, no, you're not. And yeah, and I left, and the reason I know it was all based on lies and deceit. Her, my wife's sister back in New Zealand had rung friends in there and told her that, told them that I was raping and bashing my wife, and they had to quickly get over to my place to help her, which was an absolute lie. I mean, friends of ours turned up there, and she was on the phone to someone, and there was, you know, she actually said, and that, you know, another pointer was my friends were like looking at her and what's going on, and she was not herself, including her sister. So a friend of ours, yeah, we got Rebecca, my wife, has got a sister here in that, but they don't get on at all, so they haven't really communicated. But she even said that wasn't my sister that day, and he actually said, are you on drugs? Because just the way she was acting. And he asked, well, how's Avett been? You know, me, my name's Avett, not Timothy. Middle name's Timothy. But yeah, and she said, oh, Avett's been amazing. And like Gavin's looking and thinking, well, why are we here then? You know, what's the problem? You're not getting raped, you're not getting pillaged, you're not getting bashed, etc., etc. And then she said, oh, look, I don't know if Avett's deceiving me or the others are. And I assume the others are this group. And yeah, it's just so this whole thing, you know, we had heaps of people turn up, and then later on that night she's messaging me saying, can you please come back? I'm overwhelmed, and, you know, I can't handle it. And yeah, so if I look back on everything, and even the terminologies she's using, you know, she was telling me I was manipulating her, and then I said, well, how am I manipulating you? And then she would say, oh, I don't know, but you're just manipulating me. And so all of these things, all the terminology, the words, you know, she's told me that she'll never contract with me again, etc., etc. So yeah, it's all very odd and most definitely spiritual.
You know, I watched a documentary on a pedophilia, and these men that go after children, that the first thing that they said was they look at the family dynamic. They look to see how strong of a parent the father is. And in a household, when the father is that strong head, you know, they will not touch the children in that family. They look for the weak father. And to me, that really helped kind of like understand, again, like I said, the dynamic of men. You are that brick wall. You are that force that can't be crossed when it comes to the family dynamic. And I also read that, so with mothers and their children, the boys will cling to their mother until they're about 6. And then after that, they look more toward their father to lead and guide them throughout the rest of their, you know, boy into teenagehood. because they don't necessarily need the nurturing anymore about 6. Like, and I can attest to this because my son has more cleaned to my husband as of late. He'll be 8, or, sorry, he'll be 8 soon. And and my daughter, was a huge daddy's girl for a little bit there in the beginning, but now she's looking more toward me. She actually doesn't really want anything to do with her dad because she's starting to she's hitting puberty and everything. So she's looking to me to guide her through womanhood. The sons are looking to their father to lead them through, manhood. And so the dynamic of the family is so important because the women are critical for the boys in the beginning, and then the fathers are critical when they're to help them grow up as men. And so it's beautiful again that you can't have one without the other. And if you are in a situation, I truly believe that's when you do look to Yah to be your head, to be your leader and guider, to be your helper, because if you're lacking that, he will make up for that. I truly believe that.
Well, nothing's impossible for him in that regard. And that's the thing, like you talk about, not you just then, but something that clicked to me before was, the women often talk about, don't mess with the mama bear. But what they forget is that Papa Bear's bigger, stronger, faster, and crankier. And we as men now are actually taught to not expose that side of us. That side of us is not okay. That, you shouldn't be violent, you shouldn't be angry, you shouldn't be forceful, you have to be nice. And I had an argument with my counselor about this word nice, because I sat there and said it's a nothing word, it's a toxic word. So we're called to be kind, we're called to be nice. So, nice is good. And I said, no, you have a nice cup of tea or you've got a nice painting, but it's not a useful painting, it's just a cup of tea. And she got quite upset at me about that. She really need to work on your association with the word nice. And I went, no. I said, nice guys come last. It's just how it is. And it's me learning to stand up, because I was crushed by every woman in my life up until recently. And this is all part of the learning that the Father's had me on, in cleansing out all these beliefs about myself as not being good enough, which is another reason that we shrink. And so it's such a toxic world that we are in. And you're right, the Father can do anything. And this is something that he's been dealing with me about again, is the ability for us to see possibility in him. It's not about our own hands, it's not about our own effort, it's not about our own work, it's about him in and through us. So, nothing's impossible, and it's actually an amazing time to actually be able to let go and give in to him. Like you said, Tim, it's that time and space we have now to just be in him. And I've had some amazing people around me that have really helped me grow and shift my capacity to stand, because of the abuse that I copped from my wife in yelling and screaming and carrying on that I wouldn't respond to. So I just learned to shake my head and walk away rather than get involved, and in that has just emboldened her to keep kicking on and chasing what she wants rather than discussing and going through it all. So yeah, it's an interesting time, totally.
Well, I will be keeping both of you brothers in my prayers for sure.
That's what makes me think that we are definitely within the most wicked generation. It's another thing that Katrina and I were talking about is when you read in Enoch and I think Esdras, and it talks about, the very, very last days, because I do think that most of us believe that we are in Satan's little season. And this is how everything is connected, in my opinion, because, to think that we are the most evil generation. So we are the most evil generation even before the flood. You have the mixing of everything and genetic tampering before the flood, and we are considered more evil than that generation. And so then I was thinking about the judgment, right? So the first judgment was the flood. And so what's interesting with water is water cleanses but doesn't necessarily destroy, because we have civilizations that are down beneath the ocean now, and those aren't completely destroyed, they're just hidden. Water has preserved them. But then you think about fire. Fire destroys and then renews, but there's nothing left once you set fire to something, like with his absolute, purifying fire. Think of Sodom and Gomorrah, how it is just to nothing. And so we, being in that last wicked generation, we get the fire, not the water.
Yeah,
Judgment begins with his people.
exactly.
Yeah, so true. And yeah, that when you were talking about that, it really hit hard, because the stuff that's going on, like, right in front of our eyes, and the stuff that's going on underground, or whatever have you, it must be torturing. Yeah, and now for the synagogue of Hasatan to come out and have the audacity to claim the priesthood and try to erect another temple. I mean, could you imagine Yah's fumes?
Yeah, no doubt.
So arrogant. So arrogant.
Arrogance follows pride too.
Get away with it.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, they spit in Yahuwah's face, and then we have all these basically unclean spirits going around affecting everybody because, they don't truly believe in Yahuwah, they don't know. And, this is how, these Jezebel spirits go around. It affects women, it affects men as well.
Yep.
And yeah, praying for both of you brothers, that's a really tough situation, honestly. I've been in a similar situation as well, and it's rough. So definitely praying for both of you.
I mean, when we have to explain to our children, like, I can't tell you how many times I've been in the store and I never, ever, ever thought I would ever have to explain to my children why a grown man is wearing heels and a skirt and lipstick, but he's got a beard. Never have I ever thought I would have to explain that to my son. I mean, he started laughing, and I was trying to look, don't laugh, like, and he was like,
I
but
was
Mom,
laughing.
that looks weird.
Oh dear. I'm probably a little isolated from that stuff out here.
I had to explain that to I had to explain that to Claudia the other day, because we went out to eat in between therapies, and our waitress was like super goth, and she, like, her whole eyes were just yellow, her hair was yellow, she was wearing like the spikes, and oh my gosh, she looked like a clown. Like, this is what she does every day. This is how she paints her face every day, like it's nothing. And I had to kind of take that moment and kind of talk to Claudia about how this is the reason why Mommy doesn't wear makeup, is because I don't have to try to put on a show for any.
I think we lost you there, Katrina.
Yeah, Katrina, I don't think we can hear you.
Yeah, I think we
It
lost
doesn't look
her.
like her mic is open even.
Yeah, her phone may have died or something.
No, how
Oh,
about now?
there she is. We got
I
you.
just had to get back out and come back in. But yeah, I was just trying to tell her that it's like a coping mechanism because she doesn't feel loved. So she has to seek out the attention from the outside, and because maybe her inside is hurting so badly. And that's why some people, like the gays have to just create another whole persona because their insides are damaged so much. I kind of left it to that to try to explain. And I said, that's the reason why mommy stopped wearing makeup, is because it was taught by the fallen watchers. And, that's not something that followers of Yahuwah should be doing. And we have to represent Yah. And what are we doing when we look like a clown every day, So we have to pray for these people and try, because, she's saying, oh yeah, she messed up on someone else's order. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to go to a new place anyway. I just got a job bartending at a new goth place. Now, this is in little old Pennsylvania, there's a goth bar that's coming, a goth bar where these
Okay.
people that love the goths devil. And she's like, well, it's not all devils. There's some Christians that actually do goth too. And I said, yeah, well, Christians are another thing, So yeah, I had to take that time and explain, she's hurting inside, and you could see it on the outside because she just wants the attention, and that's what these people do. They
Yeah.
need help. They need love.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's really sad, the world and the times we live in, and Satan doesn't even have to hide anymore. And that's the thing.
Yeah, what is called evil is now good, and what is good is now evil.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, you could tell by, basically all the rituals they're doing at like these Super Bowl shows here in the US. They're all these halftime shows they do, they're all satanic rituals.
Yep.
They're performing all these blood sacrifice rituals, portraying it in Hollywood, talking about it on the music. It's infiltrated everything.
Yeah. I was actually at a friend's house the other night, and this something the father convicted me about is even how close we get to those, and whether we physically touch those that are not of him. I know Yeshua was, he would associate with the prostitutes and whatnot because they needed his spirit. But it's just an interesting way how things can transfer if we're not wary. Because I was very flat post this thing and ended up giving this lady a hug, which I didn't actually know her from, bar a soap, which I didn't actually, not my thing. But yeah, it's just being wary of who we associate with and where we are and how we're doing anything. So it's so prevalent, like you say. And she was going on about ritual and carry on and pagan this and pagan that. It's just, I'm sitting here and I'm talking to the father and going, why am I here? And being aware of, are we supposed to, are we asking the father, where are we going? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do with this situation? Do you want me to go and see these people or not? So on and so forth. So it's something that I'm becoming much more aware of, putting myself where he wants me rather than, just doing whatever. I'm driving out west So Western Queensland, so I may drop out and I'm just going to mute myself because this is going to get a bit noisy shortly.
Yeah, no worries, brother. Yeah, some good points, and yeah, there's just so much going on, and the normal everyday person isn't going to see these things because we've all been growing up in Babylon, being trained by Babylon. They just think it's normal. There's nothing going on behind it. But when you actually see, you start reading the scriptures, you see what's going on in there, then you start seeing what they're doing at these, Hollywood parties, for lack of a better term. But these parties that they throw, it's the same thing that scriptures is telling us not to do. There's people sacrificing their children to Moloch, drinking blood, worshiping these other lowercase gods. And it's the same thing, nothing new under the sun. We see it today. It's just repackaged as something different, even though it's the same thing.
It's amped up. It's
Yeah.
amped up more than it ever has been. I used to watch the Grammys and other stuff, and I don't anymore, but